is the Fox News Rundown.
Murder. The word is simple. It is not simple to understand. That's how Kelsey Grammer starts the new book he wrote about his sister, Karen, who was abducted, raped, and murdered in July of 1975 while she was 18 years old and working at a Red Lobster in Colorado Springs. He was just a student, well before becoming an award-winning actor on Cheers and then Frasier. And he's the one who identified Karen for police, confirming hers was the body they found. Nearly a half-century later, Kelsey Grammer tells her story, and his, in a book that took a while to write.
It took me 3 years to start to finish, basically.
Kelsey Grammer's new book, just released the other day, is titled Karen, A Brother Remembers.
It was a remarkable time in my life to spend this much time on it and to finally address some of the things that have been sort of haunting me for the last 50 years. I don't know why it took me so long, but I'd never really gotten a kind of declarative order to do it until just about 3 years ago when my sister came through a medium and said, I want you to tell my story.
So tell me about going to a medium. I mean, what did you expect?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I produced a show called Medium years ago.
I remember that show. I used to watch it.
And it was all part of this, I guess, kind of a continuing journey into trying to understand where Karen was and when some of the other people in my life, where they were now, what our energies are we still aligned, that kind of thing. And of course, I always felt like Karen was still in my life. I always kept her in my heart. But I did learn that mediumship is really given to us, and I think this is true. Through God, by God, to help us to heal. Now, there are those who say, it's a wicked way to go about trying to find out information and trust in God only. But I do. I believe that I've been given a directive to explore this part of what is this plane and the other planes. However, it came across one day, tell my story, and I sat down a couple of months later in October 3 years ago, and started to jot down notes. How would I do this? And about 8 pages in, I suddenly thought, oh, this is a book, and I'm supposed to write it. And I wrote almost every day since that time, and then there were a couple of breaks I describe in the book where I just said I couldn't continue for a while. There was even a long break of about almost a month at one point, but I just had to sort some things out before I could go forward again.
One of the things that you do right away is you go graphically into your time when you actually saw her for the first time after she was murdered.
Yeah.
And then you get into how it all happened. That you wrote this is difficult, and more you talked about you took a few days off during this section because it was that difficult. Why did you choose to be so graphic?
Well, it was a balancing act because I wanted people to understand the real horror that took place in her life, and hence in my own why I couldn't let go of it a lot, because I wanted to take the reader through my heart and mind and the experience with complete clarity and openness. It was important to be as graphic as possible about what had happened to an innocent girl who was my sister. And
then you write that you had a lot of guilt because that you should have killed her killers.
Yeah.
And then you said it took you 20 years to forgive yourself for that. Do you actually forgive yourself for that now, finally? Yeah?
I do finally, yeah.
And you'd write about the killers, and only one is still alive, right?
Right, yeah.
But you don't want to talk about him very much, but it's interesting how you also found kinship with one of the other victims, because your sister was not the only victim for these people.
Right. Yeah, we all deal with some kind of loss. These horrible ways, these cruel deaths that occur in people's lives. I was motivated in great part to reach out to other people who have experienced similar loss in their lives, and I guess by way of a credential, in some ways, that people might be willing to really listen to what I'm trying to say. Others who've suffered in similar manner would recognize, oh, yeah, and so then maybe accept what is hopefully condolence, it's some sort of a comfort from a person who suffered the same way.
when you talked about you took breaks and you say you told the reader. When I read this, it's like a stream of consciousness. It's almost like you're having a conversation as opposed to reading it. And you go back and forth, and you even acknowledge that some people might find it difficult, but that's just the way it is, and that's the way your mind works, and that's the way memory is. When you started this process, why did you want to be this way? I mean, I've never really read anything quite this way.
Oh, wow. Thank you. It was in real time, just an open discovery that I was sharing with people as they came with me. It was like a hand-holding exercise, and I found great joy and surprise and sometimes horror in how an image would immediately kind of like confront what I thought I was writing about, and I thought, well, I better deal with this. I better take this turn because that's what's happening. So I just wanted to stay in the moment on it, on all of it. And so that's why it is stream of consciousness, obviously, which was funny because in my head, when I was 14, of course, or maybe 13, we had to read Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, James Joyce, and everybody would, it was great, held up as one of the great examples of stream of consciousness writing. And I thought to myself, this is the biggest load of crap I ever read. It's ironic that years later I end up doing what is basically a real, representation of the stream of consciousness.
But part of the story for you is to grapple with the things you wish you could change, or the way you were then as you look back.
Right. Yeah, that is part of the story. I mean, I had to let it go. I wasn't in a position to do anything about it. It was too late, and they were in jail. They were arrested finally, and there was nothing to do but, grieve and try to find a way forward in life. I always thought that if I had gone to them and killed them, if I had found a way to do it, then I would actually be condemning myself to the same sort of characterization that they are. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to not do that.
No. Obviously, you let justice do its thing, and you lived your life, and you've had a very successful career, and you've had the ability to write the story. And so now that you've finished this book and it's out, do you feel like something's changed for you? Do you feel better? Do you feel, I know that the grief doesn't ever fully go away. I mean, what happened to her happened to her, and you can't change that. Do you feel different, though?
I do feel differently, but in large number, most of the texts I'm receiving today and yesterday, and as I have doled out pieces of the book to different people for a little feedback, some of my old friends and stuff, some that knew her, I have seen her name written anew with love and remembrance and regard for her. And that has made all the difference.
In addition to his new book, Karen, Kelsey Grammer has a new special on Fox Nation about the start of the American Revolution 250 years ago.
How could a bunch of citizen farmers in Massachusetts take on the armed forces of Great Britain, the global superpower of the day?
He hosts a 4-part series titled Blood on the Bridge, the Battle of Lexington and Concord. From what led to the shot heard around the world, from the Boston Tea Party to Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, yet another in a series of productions for Kelsey Grammer on the Revolutionary War period.
Yeah, I'm drawn to history, but I find it to be a more relevant area now because we've paid so little attention to it culturally for the last few cycles or few generations, you might say. And I just think as long as they're not teaching history, we are doomed to repeat it, and in not so good a way. And so I want to get people back to the idea that freedom is important and that the sacrifice was worth it, and we need not squander it now. That we need to go ahead and value it and cherish it and stand up for our country. And I love America. I love America. I love left and right. I love everybody. But the functional reality of pitting us against one another as enemies internally is a dangerous idea, and it has to be stopped.
George Washington, you have done a lot with George Washington and these different specials going back. When you think of him, what stands out most? And we all know him, father of the country, the Revolutionary War, first president, but you've studied him a lot in the last couple of years.
If we really paid attention to George Washington, we wouldn't be worried about our sort of the globalist agenda. We wouldn't be part of it because he didn't want to be part of it. it is my hope to actually sort of revivify George Washington's sort of warnings, shall we say, that government that gets too big is bound to hurt the individual. And I think the individual is America's greatest national treasure. So I value that. And he proved that as an individual who was able to, marshal forces and control men and lead people. He also was a seminal individual who loved this country more than anything else. And it's extraordinary when he had the foresight to sit there and say, the president can't be in the army. He gave up his generalship. I mean, he was an extraordinary guy, but nobody taught him that. I think that just came from some sort of conscious or unconscious connection to the source. And that source at the time was behind watching America become a thing.
Well, the special on Fox Station, Blood on the Bridge, The Battle of Lexington and Concord, those are 4 episodes that are available right now. And, of course, the book that is just out is called Karen, A Brother Remembers, a memoir from Kelsey Grammer. And we really appreciate your time. Congratulations on what had to be a very difficult book, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, David. It's good to see you, man.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/talk. That's ethos.com/talk.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Fox News, I'm Deborah Valentine. Hamas claims it'll release American-Israeli hostage Eden Alexander from captivity in Gaza today. Fox's Jill Nato.
The Times of Israel reports Prime Minister Netanyahu said Hamas may release Alexander during President Trump's upcoming Middle East visit this week.
Republicans hoping to gain a seat in the Senate by flipping Georgia's seat held by Democratic Senator John Ossoff in the 2026 midterms. Georgia Republican Congressman Buddy Carter announcing his run to unseat Senator Ossoff on Fox's Sunday Night in America with Trey Gowdy.
Georgians voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump for president last November. They deserve someone in the Senate who is going to support Donald Trump and his America First policies.
President Trump departs for a trip to the Middle East today. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The top seeds in both of the NBA's conferences started Sunday in the exact same spot, trailing their second-round playoff series 2-1. In the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder used a big fourth quarter to beat the Denver Nuggets in even their series at 2. Meanwhile, in the East, the Cleveland Cavaliers trailed by 41 at halftime and got blown out by the Indiana Pacers, meaning they're now just one loss from elimination, with Indy taking a 3-1 series lead. In the NHL second round, the Dallas Stars beat the Winnipeg Jets to take a 2-1 lead, while the defending champion Florida Panthers beat the Toronto Maple Leafs, evening that series at 2. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The whole thing is strange, just from how sudden it's been now. And it's a book tour.
If North Carolina had strong leadership, and I don't think they do, under Bubba Cunningham, quite frankly. Their basketball program is also a mess, and I don't think Hubert Davis is doing anything to help him keep his job there.
You're right.
The AD would come in and the president and say, hey, Bill, we're paying you a lot of money to be the head coach here. She's not on staff. She's on your staff. Keep her away from our program.
Yeah, we're not paying her.
Right. You are a steward of North Carolina football. You're not North Carolina football.
You're right.
We want her out of the public eye when it comes to North Carolina football. We cannot dictate to you what you do in your personal life or dictate to you your relationships. But we can tell you to keep her away from North Carolina football. And that's what we're doing. Even Jordan Hudson said, not worth it. She came back and said, wait a minute, $4 million for this guy?
Not happening.
Or $1 million for the South Alabama guy who was more productive?
Yeah.
We'll take the South Alabama guy for cheaper. The only good decision Jordan Hudson has made recently was saying no to Nico.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Investors are keeping a close eye on headlines on the progress the Trump administration says it made on weekend trade talks with China. President Trump, meantime, sounding pleased after completing his first trade deal since imposing tariffs on countries around the world. He calls the U.S. deal with the UK a breakthrough and good for both countries. It calls for boosting U.S. exports of beef and ethanol as well as agricultural products. United Airlines could be hard hit by the FAA's plans to temporarily scale back flights at Newark's Liberty International Airport. United has more than half the flights at the airport as the FAA struggles with ground stops and other scary technical snafus. And Paramount Global, that owns CBS and MTV, is seeing improved performance of its Paramount Plus streaming platform, and that resulted in first quarter results that beat analysts' estimates. Warner Brothers Discovery, the parent of HBO and CNN, reported disappointing first quarter sales. That's due to declines in traditional pay TV subscriptions. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
It'll be a Pennsylvania showdown on Friday, May 16th at 6:45, Saturday, May 17th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 18th at 1:35 when Pittsburgh visits Philly. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. Show your Philly pride on Friday, May 30th at 6:45 when the Phils face the Brewers and rock their City Connect uniforms. Rep our city and order tickets now at phillies.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-632-5959. 800-632-5959. Again, that's 800-632-5959.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Monday, May 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock today, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Monday. That means Harry Mays will join us for the cut sheet at 7:45. Hopefully all of you had a great Mother's Day weekend and a great Mother's Day yesterday. Dawn, did Larry Bear and the boys spoil and pamper you rotten yesterday?
They did. They absolutely did.
How are you feeling, by the way?
You know, thank God Greg Stocker on Friday said, go home, get a throat culture.
Dr. Stocker.
Thank you, Dr. Stocker. The doctor is in.
Yeah.
So it was strep. I did. I went right to urgent care. They did the swab, and they said, 10 days of penicillin.
Okay.
So
10 days. 10
you, Dr.
days to get the
Stalker.
strep away. Yep. Jimmy Kelly, he was sick. We were losing soldiers in the field of
Man.
battle every segment. We went to noon, we would have been out of soldiers. Hello, Stalker.
Fascinating. I want to ask you guys two questions.
Uh-oh.
You know I like both of you, and I think you do a good job. The show
you
does a
loved us.
very good. I'm very proud of the things that we've done on the show. So for that, I'm going to gift both of you a plane. I hope you're okay with that. No.
Is it coming from the Saudis?
No attachment or anything like that. Just
From-
because I like both of you, so I'm going to give both of you a plane.
To the
it a
tune of
luxury
400 million?
Yeah, it's outside.
Is
It's
it a
outside.
royal-
It's outside right now, Park. So
Is it a jumbo jet?
Don't worry. I don't want anything from either of you guys. Nothing. No. It's just from the goodness of my heart. I'm just going to give you guys a plane, and yeah. So there you go.
Well, is it a plane or a flying palace?
It's a flying palace. It's two flying palace.
Palace. At least you got the context of it right, or
Thank
the
you.
text, the
Thank you.
pretext, or whatever they call
Thank
it.
you.
I would have butchered
Nothing
that.
to see here, folks.
Nothing
It's
to see
fine.
here.
Nothing to see here. It's fine. Okay. No problem.
Well,
All
in
I
re-
know
in-
is that story forces me to say gutter or guitar. You know what I mean? It's just like
Those are the real pertinent
tomato,
issues
tomato.
here. I can't. I'm going to have to pass on the plane.
Yeah.
They provided me one in my first contract, so it's still good. I don't need a plane yet, but maybe down the road I'll take you up on that offer.
Okay.
Just remember that.
All right. Well, it's fine. There no strings attached, though.
But
I don't want anything.
But what about Bernie?
Yeah, we lost our minds over Bernie, but this would be like, it's okay, but Obama, but Biden.
What did I miss as far as that goes, though? What is there something wrong with Trump Force One currently that he's currently flying around in? Is that thing shot?
No, this is just newer and nicer.
Oh,
It's newer and nicer. It's fine.
Okay.
It's a traveling palace.
I was just wondering if there was more airline issues we had to discuss, which I'm sure there is.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't fly out of Newark because
Or Atlanta.
Yeah.
'Cause, we did have another
Oh my God.
Mother's Day blackout yesterday morning.
Did we just forget to upgrade the airline industry since like 1984? The hell is going on in this country? We have a lot to get to today. A big take with ICE. They're under attack. The Fetterman media onslaught continues. I told you this would happen. I told you when there was one, there would be a ton, and now we have 6. They're all so predictable. We'll get to that this morning. SNL mocking Pete Hegseth, Judge Janine, and the Pope.
Oh no, are we gonna lose our minds over a comedy show?
You are really loud, by the way. I don't know if
sorry.
Dawn, did you notice that?
Sorry.
Stalker sounds like he's got a megaphone.
I'm so stuffed up. I'm glad he's yelling.
We'll get to all of that. Plus, Trump trade China yesterday. India, Pakistan peace over the weekend. Last American hostage freed from Hamas. And oh, by the way, it does look like we have a woke pope. We mentioned that last week. At least that's my belief. But his brother, ultra MAGA.
Yeah.
I've got a quote from the Pope's brother that you're going to love.
I also, one of my favorite stories of the day is Macron and was it a bag of Coke?
Uh-oh. Yeah. Boy, there's a lot of stuff today.
Was it a bag of Coke that he hid? Because if you really look at the video, if you really parse the video, there's no other reason to grab said thing and hide it and then put it in your pocket.
And you have that for the cut sheet, I believe,
Of course. And he says it's just a handkerchief.
Yeah, it's just a hanky.
It's just a fringe hanky.
Yeah, it's like Pop-Up used to have.
Yeah.
He'd have the little hanky in his little T-shirt pocket or his back pocket.
They were, in my opinion, from that video, it looked like they were going to sit down and do some rails.
Is that the bag that went missing in July of 2023 at the White House? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
It's Baggygate.
Starmer was there too, I think. The UK dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing blow these days.
Except us.
Except
Everybody's we're like working dogs, and they're all partying and having a good time.
That's correct. Let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news at 6:06. Hopped up on penicillin. Day number 4, the great Dawn Stensland.
Hey, good morning. Kayal and Company News Live. This Monday morning, May the 12th, 60 degrees, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. So in the news this morning in Philadelphia, according to police, a 17-year-old is charged in the shooting death of a 12-year-old boy. This is in the West Oak Lane section of Philadelphia. This 17-year-old underage facing third-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter among those charges, according to police. So they say this all began midday on Saturday. Officers responding to reports of a shooting, this in a home on the 1500 block of East Pastoria Street. Police say they found the 12-year-old boy suffering from that gunshot wound. It looked like it discharged just one time. And the 12-year-old, identified as Ethan Parker, rushed to the hospital where tragically he died a short time later. So Parker was with the 17-year-old as well as a 15-year-old, according to police. And they believe that they were producing some kind of a music video. And so they say that there were guns present as they were shooting this music video, and one of the guns went off, apparently a la Alec Baldwin of Rust. I don't know. I mean, that's what it sounds like. It's from all accounts, it sounds like they were trying to shoot a music video reenacting some things. The gun accidentally went off, fatally shooting this 12-year-old kid.
I know we have a lot of music aficionados on the show. Maybe we could play the guess the genre of music game that they were shooting for. I'll take pop music for 100. No? Okay. A country music? No. 80s? No. How about hip-hop and rap for 1,000? Nick, you can't say that. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
You better get Phil Almquist. Ask him some rock and roll.
Yeah. Did Biggie or Tupac get killed today in music history? I'm just wondering.
I believe was it Slayer?
Slayer. It was a Slayer video.
So we're following that story for you. We have Hamas saying Edan Alexander from New Jersey. So technically it's a local story. Last living American hostage in Gaza. We know will be released as part of the efforts. I know, sorry.
You need something?
This is my voice, you guys.
Yeah.
It's all weekend, my Mother's Day weekend. But we will be talking about Edan Alexander today. Hamas saying in a statement yesterday, so we don't know when that release will happen, but certainly the announcement comes shortly before President Donald Trump visits the Middle East this week.
Yeah, I saw the headlines that, and I think it was Axios and another publication, another outlet out there saying that they were, the way they worded it, and it was multiple outlets, that they were giving Trump a gift, throwing Trump a bone here. I don't know what exactly that means, what they receive, if this is, a deal where, okay, here's the last American, now what do we get in these ongoing, never-ending peace discussions with the Middle East? But I thought that was pretty interesting. But there are still, I think if you said this correctly the last couple of weeks, Dawn, we're still over, is it 180 or 240 was the last count of alleged alive hostages?
Less than that.
Okay, less than that.
Tragically.
Okay.
The ones, because they know from the hostages that have been freed how many have passed away. And so that's, it's mind-boggling to think about. But for him, he's the last American hostage believed alive in custody.
And that was...
And he was out of high school from New Jersey, graduated high school, and had gone over. So he has spent at least 2 birthdays, right?
Right.
That he's...
well over... well over, what, 540 some days, I think was the last count we had.
It's just sickening.
Yep.
And so the headline, though, this morning is not really about Edan Alexander bringing him home, the hostages. The headline grabber this morning, New York Times, everybody, is what Greg was alluding to, and that is this big, luxurious palace in the sky, the super luxury Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet from the royal family of Qatar, whatever everybody wants to call it in the media, Qatar.
Corrupt regime. How about that?
So
they are.
This is where, until fairly recently, Hamas headquartered, for example, in the Middle East. So the media this morning, that's the huge headline, that this gift is expected to be announced this week when Trump visits on the foreign trip of his second term. Obviously, he had toured the plane which they're calling a flying palace.
It's remarkable. Two things on that front. One, I've never understood why we do any business with Saudi Arabia, right? I mean, we talk about the corruption of China. You talk about the corruption of Mexico. Whether it's any administration, Democrat, Republican, any professional sports league, any entertainment industry. You guys know I'm a big wrestling fan. The WWE always goes over there every year and does a pay-per-view with these savages and the people that attend. I'm not criticizing. I'm criticizing the government. And then for your story with the news here with the New York Times, you think about Trump's week that was, all right, and what he has scheduled this week. And I'm not dismissing the plane, but could you talk U.S.-UK trade deal Thursday? How about India-Pakistan ceasefire Saturday? How about China-U.S. trade deal on Mother's Day? How about Trump's visit to the Middle East tomorrow, or Putin and Zelensky to finally meet on Thursday, and they go with Trump and a new flight.
Flying palace.
Not to dismiss whatever shenanigans could be at play here.
Right.
$400 million planes just don't get gifted usually. At least they've never fallen into my lap, except for the one I rejected from Stocker.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, I offered you ones at 602, and you both declined. So.
I got a Honda Ridgeline. I'm good.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
But
we have Piazza Honda. We don't need that.
The
luxury
problem,
palace.
too, is that the Pam Bondi has done some lobbying work for Qatar. Kash Patel has done some lobbying work for Qatar. We know Jared Kushner has had business deals with that area. So the whole thing stinks.
Oh yeah,
it stinks. The whole thing stinks. And if you say anything else, you're a partisan hack. The end.
I agree.
So we'll see if he accepts it. He has not accepted it to date. So we'll see.
I don't know. His Truth Social post pretty much said he's accepting it.
So but he hasn't physically.
Okay.
So we'll see.
He should not accept it.
Even Laura Loomer came out, and I thought, oh boy.
I saw her
Did you
tweet.
see?
Oh God, she would take a bullet for him, but this is a bad
Says,
look.
I love you.
I would take a bullet for him.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Seek help, sister.
I'm not a fan of her, but I mean, I'm not saying I'm as there's far more important things to talk about than that. But yeah, she's not wrong. Although I don't think she would take a bullet for him. I think she would run for the hills the first time a gun was pulled out of a pocket.
Road Warrior says Nick's foreign policy revolves around the WWE.
That's right. The New York Knicks, I think. If Phil Almquist either the Knicks or the Brooklyn Nets, it's either Qatar on their jersey or Abu Dhabi. I know they're different, but yeah, they've got some sort of Middle Eastern destination, a little patch on their jersey. It's disgusting the way we do business with some of these nations.
So we got that going on. I know we'll talk about the big China deal. So that's the big story this morning, as it should be, reaching a deal with China.
You know what's going to happen. The details are going to fall right into your lap at 10 o'clock this morning.
Right?
Get ready to start rolling in the back, boys. Details coming as Dawn gets closer to her show.
The deets.
Yep.
And we also have the FAA confirming the latest system outage, yes, out of Newark Airport again. And this was Mother's Day morning, Sunday morning. They're saying, and this is the local angle, unlike the previous two that they blamed on Philadelphia and the Philadelphia hub, the Philadelphia facility here that controls Newark Liberty's operations. This one was different, involving a momentary failure of a backup system. That's what they're saying this morning. So just wanted to update you on that one. I know Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has been speaking out about that, as well as Schumer. We got it all. There's so much locally, nationally. Kitchen Magic, our sponsor, looking to remodel your kitchen at Kitchen Magic. Their products are made right in Nazareth, PA. So tariff delays will not impact you, obviously. They're family-owned and operated, American-made, right here in the USA. And this month only, in May, save up to 30%. 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. I know Nick will have the forecast, but real quick, I will tell you we have some great news with our Phils. Kyle Schwarber homering twice.
Sunday night baseball.
Right?
Yeah.
Very exciting. As we beat the Guardians, it's still weird to say the Cleveland Guardians, but 3-0 Sunday night.
I will always call them the Indians, and I hope that's the next thing Trump fixes. Bring back the Indians and the Redskins and all the Native American names that the left canceled.
But the Phillies start a 3-game series tonight with the Cardinals, who are on a huge winning streak too, by the way. I mean,
Hopefully we
I think
bust
they
that
won
up.
like nine in a row or something like that. So
Bills only a game and a half back of the Mets.
And the draft lottery tonight for the NBA.
Oh,
is that true, Nick?
Yeah, I think the Sixers will. We're going to restart the process, right?
Oh boy,
back in the lottery. 10 years later, here we are playing for ping pong balls. Awesome. Meanwhile, Phil's team's on the verge of beating the Celtics. I'm sitting here watching it. Awful. What a time to be alive. All right. Weather, Dawn?
And the by the way, Sepp Straka wins the Truist Championship.
Wow. Yeah.
Everybody, I was at the Flowertown, ran to the Acme last night. They were like, oh, thank God it's over.
Yes.
A lot of traffic delays in and around Montgomery County and, the cricket club there. But it was beautiful weather for it.
Yes,
for
it
sure.
was. Georgia boy gets the victory. I think Philadelphia was hoping for a Rory McIlroy or a Justin Thomas. But as always, we get the short end of the stick. We get Sepp Straka. Not sure that that's a needle mover on television ratings. Just a guess, but I watched it anyway because I'm a junkie.
Sepp Straka sounds like what the doctor diagnosed
Yeah,
in the throat.
that's the new variant. You got the Sepp Straka variant. But if you get the vaccine, Dawn, you're good.
Booster.
Yeah, the booster.
The booster.
We got the Straka booster.
I should have got the booster.
The booster.
So is Nick doing the weather or am I doing the weather?
I'll take the weather
Nick
for you,
Kayal,
dear. Yes, you've said enough.
Counting on you.
Philly weather, it's 57 degrees. We're going up to 81 today.
Yeah.
Another nice hot one. It's going to be sunny out, and then it'll dip down tonight to a low of 63, a chance of showers, about a 50% chance of rain this evening, and then we're going to have a stretch of showers throughout the week on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but should be better just in time for the weekend. And weather brought to you by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com, mtrule.com. All right, coming back, it is a Monday Big Take, and then all of the other big stories from the weekend as we continue here on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. If you're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henrodon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that has withstood the test of time. And you could save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Whether you're furnishing your living room, your dining room, your home office, or even that man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code which displays details instantly, and their expert staff is the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, just straight shooters who know their stuff. Check out their website, call ahead, visit buckscountyestatetraders.com, or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can't you tell that your tie's too wide? Maybe I should buy some old tab collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Where have you been hiding out lately, honey? You can't dress trashy till you spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new sound, funny, but it's still rock and roll to me.
Kayal and Company, 624. Welcome back in. Happy Monday. Hopefully all of you had a great Mother's Day weekend. We are absolutely loaded today with big-time stories, including what appears to be some breaking details on the United States and China as far as the tariff trade deals. We'll get to that coming up here shortly. But first, on Monday, Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union, ICE, immigration, and infuriation. ICE is under attack, and the Democrat Party should be ashamed of themselves, as should anybody who does not condemn this other world insanity. On Friday, after Kayal and Company ended, Delaney Hall, which is an immigration detention center in Newark, New Jersey, came under attack from elected Democrats while a bus loaded with illegal aliens was arriving for a drop-off. According to News 12 in New Jersey, Newark Mayor Ras Baraka was arrested at the Delaney Hall Immigration Center after a confrontation with ICE agents. Members of Congress were there for a scheduled visit before things got physical after Baraka gained entry through a gate. Here is the mayor being handcuffed and escorted away. Listen and watch. I believe it was Democrats who once famously said, quote, "Nobody is above the law." Not even Democrats, who allowed 15 million illegals to flood America the last 4 years. If you F around, you will find out with ICE, as well as this administration, and the mayor of Newark, New Jersey just did. Also in attendance was Representative LaMonica McIver. Here is LaMonica shouting in the faces of ICE agents as she tries to challenge Jasmine Crockett for perhaps the dumbest Democrat in Congress. Listen and watch this.
Don't tell him you can't put a hand up there. You cannot. And you better not touch her either. Tell him.
This is the United States of America, folks. Newark's elected officials, they might actually be worse than their godforsaken airport. Elena Haba and Tom Homan not standing for it. Haba, the newly appointed U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey, said the following, quote, "The mayor of Newark, Ross Baraka, committed trespass and ignored multiple warnings from Homeland Security investigations to remove himself from the ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey this afternoon. He was willingly chosen and has decided to disregard the law. That will not stand in this state. He has been taken into custody. No one is above the law." Tom Homan, the border czar, said this on Fox News Friday evening after the embarrassing altercation in Newark. Listen and watch.
The proper way to conduct oversight. There's a way to make appointments. Go in this facility. You don't break into the facility when a bus full of criminals are being, brought into that facility. This is about the safety and security of the employees. This is about the safety and security of the illegal aliens. And it's about the safety and security of the public. You just don't make an entry like that. You don't make an unauthorized entry while they're moving a bus of criminals in the facility. There's a right way and wrong way to do it. And look, I've said from day one, you cannot support ICE. You can go ahead and support sanctuary cities, but you can't cross that line. You can't cross the line of impediment. You can't cross the line of knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien. You certainly can't trespass in a facility that's contracted by the U.S. government to house criminals. That'd be like breaking into, a state prison, not going through the proper protocols. This creates a huge safety crisis, and these elected politicians know that. This isn't about due process. This isn't about constitutional rights. This is about politics. They simply don't want these people removed from this country. They don't want immigration enforcement in this country. And that's what it's all about. They can try to hide it all they want with these protests around the facility, but we can continue to do what we're doing. That facility's got some of the worst of the worst. We're keeping President Trump's promise to the American people that elected him for the sole reason of securing the border and removing these public safety threats from the communities. That's exactly what they're going to do. They can stand out and scream all they want. They can trespass, they'll be arrested. If they impede, they'll be arrested. If they knowingly harbor and conceal, they'll be arrested. We're going to do this job for the American people.
It's all a show, folks. This is a production being put on by Democrats. They don't care about the due process. They don't care about you. They want you replaced. They want new voters. They fought hard to get 15 million of them the last 4 years. You think they were just going to roll over and play dead now? No way. So the agenda is clear, but their identity remains a mystery, at least an identity that can lead to winning elections. Because right now the Democrat Party stands for a few things. Men playing in women's sports, fighting tooth and nail for illegal aliens who are cartel members, perhaps, drug dealers, gang members, wife beaters, and or child abusers, and fighting for Palestinians and their jihad against Jews, America, the West, and capitalism. And it's not so much about hating Trump, but believe me, it is about hating Trump. It's bigger than that. It's about hating the United States of America. Bill Maher revealed this data about his own party on Friday night on HBO. Listen and watch this.
Seriously, this is a serious problem for Democrats. Less than 1 in 4 Democrats under 30 say they're proud to be an American. 54% say they're embarrassed by it. Embarrassed? Like America's your mom picking you up at school? You're embarrassed to be an American? Well, guess what? The feeling's mutual. Because you have no perspective. Is America perfect? No, of course not. No country is. Although don't get Tucker Carlson started on Russia.
As I always say, if you hate America, leave. It's a free country. You're not obligated to stay here or required to remain here. As if the illegal immigration wasn't bad enough, I actually think the anti-Semitism might be worse. At least illegals want to come here and be here. and I'll leave it at that. The pro-Palestinian protesters, they hate America, and they want to see it burn. Bill Maher said this Friday night about the hate against Jews. Listen and watch.
Globalize the intifada is the catchphrase that's really catching on these days, as if worldwide suicide bombing and cosplaying Islamic revolutionaries is the answer to our problems. At an AOC Bernie Sanders rally in Idaho last month, someone threw a Palestinian flag over an American flag, and the crowd erupted in approval. What should have happened after that is one of the adults on stage should have told their young, loyal followers, this is not a symbol of freedom. This is.
It is a perfect case study on perspective. Let me take you to Hollywood actress, fantastic actress, by the way, in my opinion, Maggie Gyllenhaal. Her daughter attends Columbia University. Shocking, I know. And guess what? She was just arrested last week for protesting against the Jews on campus on behalf of the pro-Palestinian protesters. So, Little Miss entitled Snippy Shorts, you can sit your you-know-what down because, as Bill Maher said, you have no perspective. And I say you have no frame of reference on history. And when I mentioned earlier how the Democrats don't have a winning identity, but merely a losing radical identity, I was referring to people like David Hogg, the new vice chair of the DNC. He's not the answer for the Democrats. He's not the future, and he's not the solution. But his message on why the left has failed is 100% spot on. Here was his take with Bill Maher on HBO. Listen and watch.
Right now, what I think happened last election is younger men, they would rather vote for somebody who even if they don't completely agree with, they don't feel judged by, than somebody who they do agree with, that they feel like they have to walk on eggshells around constantly because they're going to be judged or ostracized or excommunicated. And what's interesting about this moment is it feels like the two parties in some senses have flipped, where, Republicans used to be the judgmental in many ways. And since many Democrats, despite us, I would say for most of us coming from the right place of wanting to do the right thing, we've created a culture where we say, well, if you say the wrong thing, you're excommunicated. And that's just not how human beings work. Nobody is perfect, but ultimately what we have to do here is figure out how to bring people back in and work towards the bigger goal of advancing the future of this country and helping young people especially get by so that they're able to focus on their lives and, getting with a young woman or something like that instead of how are they going to pay their rent, for example, or how are they working their two jobs. Young people should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun.
David Hogg doesn't exude sex symbol to me or a bastion of fun, but his message is not wrong. The Democrats have become a judgmental, obnoxious, detached party of elitist D-bags, and the data shows it. Men, especially young men, they want no part of that platform. And we're now 6 months removed from the election. I'm actually in sheer and utter amazement over the causes that Democrats are championing, and even going as far as attacking ICE agents who are merely trying to protect American citizens and carry out the number one issue from the 2024 election. Imagine voting for that party. I don't know how anyone does. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. You can earn up to 3% unlimited cash back with an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard on essential items such as groceries, gas, pharmacies, and home improvement stores. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member. Join today. Equal opportunity lender. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And of course, let your comments be seen and heard on the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. Dawn, I don't know if you were seeing those videos of the ICE agents that were under attack by Democrats and protesters in Newark on Friday, but I don't know, kind of looked like an insurrection to me.
It's amazing, isn't it, that these individuals think they can get away with this. And you look at what I noticed was how tolerant those agents were, law enforcement officers, that you have people, and it wasn't just in Newark, it was, across the country, these different arrests. People are coming up with their, shoving their phone in somebody's face, getting up in their face, walking up to their vehicle. Generally speaking, I will say, as a news reporter, let's say on the scene of something, if you're charging law enforcement or you're aggressive toward them, that's a no-no in general.
Sure.
These agents, these federal agents, just shows you their training and their tolerance as people were up in their face and were threatening them just by their physicality. That's a huge no-no. That's reason for arrest. The fact that they were showing such tolerance was incredible to me. But they know the deal. They know that this is political. They know that. And if you think about somebody, what's really sick as far as somebody running for governor in New Jersey and you pimping everybody, pimping the media, pimping citizens for what? A photo op? I don't think it was a good look.
I don't either. And being aware of the climate, you talk about the alert nature of the ICE agents. Now, I don't know if this applies to ICE agents, but we do live in this post defund the police era of society where if you're in law enforcement in any capacity, you basically have to wait until you're shot at for you to flex your muscle on people that are breaking the law because of people with smartphones that want to record everything. These lawyers out there, the ambulance chasers, if you will, in law that are looking for the next George Floyd, Rodney King, whoever it might be. Oh, my client had his civil rights violated. I don't know what the training is to be an ICE agent. I can only base it off of some of the pictures I've seen. These dudes look like badasses. I mean, these guys look like they could go into the Marines right now and serve our country. You saw the guy that was standing next to Kristi Noem when Kristi Noem had the gun pointed at his head. I would not want to mess with that guy. I've seen what Ross Baraka looks like. I've seen what LaMonica McIver looks like. If those ICE agents wanted to just throw those dopes down to the floor and cuff them and make them suck a little pavement, they could have done that. They didn't.
But they didn't.
But
and
they didn't.
That's it, the restraint. And also credit to Alina Habba, immediately saying no one's above the law. And, we don't care who it is, if it's a mayor, if it's a citizen. Ross Baraka committed trespass. Ignore the law, you're going to get arrested. Boom.
Mm-hmm. I agree. 855-839-1210, the number. So the news that we mentioned in Dawn's News, and this came out yesterday, was the fact that Trump had said there is going to be specific details announced today of a trade agreement between the United States and China. We are still expecting that press conference to happen at some point, I would assume early this morning, if I had to guess, somewhere between 8 and 10 a.m. But Axios apparently has some details that have been, I don't know, either reported on or intentionally leaked out by the Trump administration to get this stuff floated in the cycle. But they are slashing, and this is the United States and China, slashing tariffs for 90 days. That according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And I'm reading this is from the first source I saw was Axios. They say why it matters. It's the relief that global businesses and investors hoped for after the trade war brought commerce to a near halt and sent economies hurtling toward recession. How it works? Well, here's the details. The U.S. will lower tariffs to 30% during this 3-month pause, while China will cut its tariffs to 10%, Bessent said following a weekend of high-level talks in Switzerland. Both sides have agreed to a 115% cut. Remember, the United States was tariffing China at 145%. China was tariffing the United States at 125%. They have both reduced each side 115% down to a respective 30 and 10%, although Axios writes though the U.S. rate was higher to begin with. Bessent told reporters in Geneva, quote, "We had very robust discussions. Both sides showed great respect to what was a very positive process." A joint statement issued by the world's two largest economies indicate that they intend to continue talks during this period. Stocks soared with the S&P Future 500 up more than 3% based on the news. So let's look at this now from the economy, right? Because the two biggest issues in this election were illegal immigration and the economy. Border is completely sealed off. The last little nugget to drop is the resistance that the Democrats are putting up against Trump and, ICE and the whole deportation process and a lot of what you just saw in Newark, New Jersey on Friday at the Delaney Hall Detention Center. Now you get to the economy. Late last week, we had the UK tariff deal with the United States. Now it looks like we have some framework agreed upon. We'll get further details later today. And then, of course, Trump is going to the Middle East tomorrow, and we're going to have a Putin-Zelensky face-to-face meeting this Thursday. And if you were paying attention to anything on Truth Social yesterday from Trump's Truth feed, we are not only expecting more tariff deals, but we could have more peace deals. And that also includes India and Pakistan, which probably got lost in the news cycle on Saturday of Mother's Day weekend. You know, I know we're not at the finish line with everything just yet, Dawn, but so far, is there a category that Trump campaigned on that he has not at least addressed, started the ball rolling, or has almost reached the finish line? I mean, we're not even 5 months in yet, and the things that continued to fester in the Biden administration are being tackled head on. It makes you almost wonder, was the last 4 years an intentional disaster to just ruin everything? Because I know we're not there yet. The finish line hasn't been reached. But the China thing, I went out on record on this show. I said, I think we'll have a deal by the end of the summer. I said, as far as Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East, I think we'll have deals by the end of the spring. A lot of these things could be, the framework could be finalized by the time we come in here Friday morning.
Yeah, but I think that because, think about the news cycle and how reactionary we are. So, you know, Trump is already moving on. He's putting out on True Social that 9 o'clock this morning, he's signing executive orders lowering pharmaceutical prices. And so it's almost like he is hard to keep up with every news cycle. And so when you see the China deal, whether or not it's physically all the details are worked out, in the American people's minds, it's a done deal already. And that's why we're seeing the stock market just surging like a rocket this morning.
Good news leads to a spike on the stocks.
Because everything is based on perception.
Correct.
And so the perception is
optimism or fear.
Boom. Check. We got that done. Check. We got the Chinese imports. We got the trade deal. We're good to go. Scott Bessent was in Switzerland, and as we promised, we're done with that.
I mean,
now
was anybody expecting this to drop yesterday on Mother's Day? I mean, I tried to stay off of social media for most of the day. We had a nice brunch and a dinner that was scheduled at a couple of local restaurants. And I look on my phone and I see that, he's talking about a China deal. I'm like, this is great. I just, I wasn't expecting anybody to get anything notable accomplished, on Mother's Day weekend. Trump was like, you know what? Do I hang out with Melania or do I get a trade deal done with China? The hell with Melania, he said.
Well, no, I think it's the best Mother's Day gift that anyone could ask for. I mean, essentially what they're saying is that we are going to get a better deal for the United States of America, and that's has been the goal. Everybody said he could never get this done. These trade deals, these tariff deals, they're very complex. They take years. And so they pushed for this, and it was a gamble. It's a political gamble. But the fact that they could have this major progress and they're going to announce more this morning, but I just think in everybody's minds now they've succeeded. And so now they'll work out the deals and the details of the deal, but essentially now they move on to the net. Now it's pharmaceutical, now it's the pharmaceuticals. Now we're going to lower those prices.
Mm-hmm.
Then it'll be transportation, whatever that is. And so they're moving so quickly. I think that has been the art of this, is to move so quickly that it's hard to keep up with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steve Bannon said it. Flood the zone.
Yep.
Flood the zone. 855-839-1210. We'll see what that number ultimately looks like at the end of these 90 days. I don't think it will be 10%, but I did see, I think it was 3 or 4 days ago, Trump said something on X to the effect of he thinks the right number is probably 70 to 80%, although that will ultimately be decided by Scott Bessent. So definitely a decline for the next 3 months. And then even if it's 70 or 80%, well, that's certainly lower than the number that China had put against us before these trade wars started. 855-839-1210. We put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour next. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company. Happy Monday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet just under an hour from now. Harry Mays will join us coming up at 7:45. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2. Coming up shortly, wanted to pass this story along. kind of news, kind of a PSA. We talked about this multiple times back in October, give or take a couple of days, couple of weeks. Remember the stories that were circulating about Trump supporters that were publicly putting signs up in their yard that they were backing Trump and Vance? And remember how they were on the receiving end of these threatening anonymous letters? Well, it's back in the news again. Stalker found this in his show email prep last night. This is from the Inquirer a few days ago. What's today's date, by the way? The 12th. So this would have been either Thursday or Friday. The headline, 2 Trump voters in, and I'm going to butcher this. I've never even heard of this area. Is it Tredyffrin?
Tredyffrin.
Tredyffrin. Oh, I got it right. How about that? Tredyffrin and Lower Merion seek sources of anonymous threats. Remember, Donald Trump campaigned in Oaks in October of 2024, and 2 suburban Trump supporters are suing John Doe's for threatening letters they received during the heated campaign, except they just don't know who exactly they are suing. I've never heard of a story like this. This is wild. Robert Butwin, by the way, great last name, Robert Butwin of Tredyffrin Township, and Janet Schmidt of Lower Merion, both supporters of Trump who put Trump lawn signs outside of their houses last year, filed a lawsuit this month against John Doe's, who mailed them letters promising consequences for their vote and ominously declaring, quote, "We know where you live." I think we actually had the graphic months ago. We put it up on YouTube of one of the letters, and I believe they were identical to everybody that received one. I think it was the same exact letter with the same exact verbiage and wording. But the Public Interest Legal Foundation, a conservative law firm, is representing the voters in an effort to use civil courts to track down the source of the threats. In addition to the suit, the firm is offering a $2,000 reward for any information leading to the identity of the people who sent the letters, saying, quote, "The stakes are too high to do nothing. When voters get death threats, there has to be a response by civil society that this is an unacceptable behavior." So if anybody was on the receiving end of this, and I think we might have actually had a few calls.
We did, and people emailed in.
And emails, yes.
Yeah, I've been covering this. I started with like early May 1st, May 2nd.
Okay.
I interviewed the attorney, one of the attorneys representing the Jane and John Doe's with the Public Interest Legal Foundation. But this is an ongoing lawsuit.
Yes.
That is happening.
So the
This
Public
is
Interest.
courtesy our friend Linda Kearns.
Okay. Public Interest Legal Foundation, for those that might have been on the receiving end that were unaware that there is hopefully some justice that is being sought here. If you, I guess, want to join in on the suit, don't know how that works, but just passing along a message for everybody out there. Now, Dawn, you've covered stuff for so many years. Have you ever heard of a story like this where you're filing a suit except you don't know who it's against? Which in the story in the Inquirer, it talks about how police, if the investigation is ongoing and still active, they can have access to the documents that police have unearthed to help your pursuit of justice. But I've never heard of anything like this.
Part of what this does, the $2,000 reward, the fact that they're putting this on the record in the courts, is that the attorneys. What's shocking here is that this was seemingly not properly investigated. In other words, you had death threats. What could happen to you? Even your cat, your pets might get shot. I mean, these were serious death threats against people only because they had a Trump lawn sign and the threat of some kind of a database of these individuals. And the fact that the attorneys, because they're able to go to the court and then get full disclosure on everything, they've realized that this really went nowhere. It was not investigated as a serious threat.
I never heard anything of it again after the election.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah, I agree. They write in the Inquirer column, Adams said the firm will use open records to obtain investigative files from police agencies that have looked into the threats. If the investigations are still open, the documents will not be subject to public record law. But Adams said the requests will allow the firm to pick up the investigations if law enforcement has abandoned them. However, it is not uncommon for law enforcement agencies to leave cases open even after investigations have stalled.
But the bottom line on this, and that was what the president, one of the legal counsel representing here, J. Christian Adams, one of the things that he said was that these were Trump supporters in Pennsylvania. They were threatened. These were death threats. And state officials made 0 arrests.
Yeah.
And in fact, what Mr. Adams said was really these individuals were, this investigation was not followed through on. And that's what's not acceptable. And he went on to say that if these were Democrats, can you only imagine what would have happened? It would have been in the headlines, so the media would have covered it.
Yep.
But then following that, think about the double standard. Imagine somebody says, you and even whether it's you as a dad, Nick, you go to work and now your wife and girls and your dog, and you're just worried sick about your family. So to have these death threats hanging out there, the fact that they were not investigated fully.
Right. No ring doorbell cams in any of the neighborhoods. No fingerprints. No nothing. I mean, those are just two methods of tracking people down. I just rattled off the top of my head. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was no evidence. Who knows? 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2. Dawn's got some news. And then the Fetterman onslaught is in full force. It started with New York Magazine, then it was the AP, and after we signed off on Friday, here came Axios, here comes Politico, NBC News, The Atlantic. Should I keep going? We'll get to that as we continue. And also, SNL mocking Pete Hegseth, Judge Jeanine, and the Pope. Hour 2 on the way. Stay right there.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly. I'd fly above the trees, over the seas, in all degrees, to anywhere I please. Oh, I want to get away. I want to fly away.
Kayal and Company, 7:02 as we begin hour 2 on a Monday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kale, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, super busy show today. A lot of stuff in the news cycle. Just everywhere you can look. I mean, there's like 8 stories that are lead headline worthy, and we'll get to all of them in some form or fashion, whether it's the news, whether it's in segment or with the cut sheet. Coming up at 7:45 this morning, Harry Mays will join us as well. After the news, I've got to give you this story of Pope Leo's brother. His brother is named Lou, and he's on meds too. He is of Port Charlotte, Florida. If Leo is left, well, then Lou is, I would say, dark MAGA. And we've got the details coming up. And it'll also illustrate how in Philadelphia, we always get the wrong brother. I'll give you those details coming up shortly. But first, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News live this Monday morning, May the 12th. We are at 57 degrees, mostly sunny so far this morning. Full forecast coming up in just a moment. We do have U.S. stock futures just rocketing this morning. The big news, if you're just waking up and just joining us, then we know that overnight, U.S. and China agreeing to these temporary cuts on tariffs following very successful talks over the weekend in Switzerland. So what does that mean? China and the U.S. agreeing to lower tariffs on goods from each other's countries for 90 days. So a temporary pause, a temporary reprieve, if you will, in this trade war that threatened, obviously, to cause a global recession, many said, and then deepen a widening rift between the world's two largest economies. So what does Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent have to say, as well as U.S. Trade Rep Jamieson Greer? Here are the details. U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods would be reduced from 145% to 30%. On the other side, from Beijing, they say they would cut their blanket tariffs on U.S. products, American products, from 125% to 10%. So 30% to 10%. And when will these reductions take effect? They say Wednesday. So this is happening quickly, and that's why you are seeing the futures worldwide, stock markets across, Asia rising already this morning. Investors waiting for all the details. And the devil always lies in the details, they say. And that's what many of the pundits are saying. This is just a pause. They still have to get something inked. But this is very good news we're waking up to this Monday morning, May the 12th.
So they start Wednesday, May 14th. 90 days would take us out to about August 14th. My prediction is by the end of the summer, which would be Labor Day-ish, deal in place.
Yep.
All right.
Sounds like it.
All right.
So we have that going on. Great economic news, and that's really dominating the headlines this morning. Taking you closer to home, there is a recovery process, a major investigation. This after the bodies of 2 people were removed from all the debris after neighbors say their home suddenly exploded. This is Washington Township, New Jersey, happening overnight into the early morning hours, and 2 body bags removed from the scene after fire crews responded to the intersection. This is Orion Way and Tranquility Court in Washington Township. This is Gloucester County, South Jersey, quiet neighborhood. People say that they were in their homes and suddenly they heard this loud blast and the home just exploding in the wee hours of this morning. There is surveillance footage that now has gone viral showing the moment that the home just erupted into flames. So tragically, 2 people inside that home, presumably sleeping, a man and a woman. They're not releasing their identities. Obviously, neighbors and authorities know who this is, but pending notification from other family. Horrific situation as it looks like just an intense fire, but they're on the scene right now investigating this entire situation. Very disturbing.
It's just awful, especially you said in their sleep.
Yes.
Oh.
So we don't know, is this a gas situation? We don't have all the details on that one, but obviously multiple investigations on many levels going on right now as they look into that and try to investigate to figure out what's going on. We also have in Philadelphia a real tragedy here. Apparently some teenagers and a 12-year-old boy. This is the West Oak Lane section of Philadelphia. Group of teenagers making some kind of a music video, and involved in that video of at least one firearm that we know of. In this one now, the 17-year-old charged with third-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter after the firearm went off. This happened around lunchtime on Saturday. So the gun goes off. A 12-year-old boy who's in the vicinity of this music video they're making, he suffers a gunshot wound. They rush him to the hospital, and that's where he was pronounced dead. 12 years old. He's identified as Ethan Parker. That's his name, Ethan Parker, a 12-year-old child.
Curious, are there places to watch music videos these days anymore?
Yeah, I was wondering, whatever happened to MTV and VH1?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think they make music videos. I think it's all online now. So,
yeah.
A streaming thing?
Yeah, sure. So,
what is is Vivo, I think, is the company that does all the music videos now?
I have no idea.
Bring back the music video.
I just see all those things on, like Spotify and all those things have their own little stills and their own little videos.
They're very low budget, too.
Low budget, yeah, and then they repeat over
Yeah,
and
they're
over
10
again,
seconds long.
Yeah. So,
apparently a 17-year-old, a 15-year-old, and the 12-year-old were, quote-unquote, producing a music video.
Well, Nick asked a very good question in the 6 o'clock hour. What genre of music is this, Dawn? Is country music?
This was polka.
Was that polka music?
Would have been polka music.
Polka music, yeah.
And a one and a
Yeah, they tried to book Jolly Joe Timmer, but he was a little booked up, so they...
Was this a Jason Aldean music video? I'm just curious.
Try that in a small town.
Yep.
It's just tragic.
Do we have the other identities and the names of the other not suspects, but those that were involved? I know the 12-year-old you said perished, but do we have the other names?
The 17-year-old who's facing these serious charges, including a manslaughter charge, third-degree murder, they're not releasing the 17-year-old's name.
Oh.
So I don't know if once the 17-year-old is processed, will the 17-year-old be charged as an adult? Right now, they're treating this as a juvenile situation.
Of course.
So as you know, when it's juvie, they don't release the names.
Right.
Do we know the name of the artist? Is it something like Young Thug or
Wow.
9mm WAP or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's WOP, like that song.
Yeah. Greg Stocker's just, what the hell?
Greg's
No,
on fire.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about
he's had
if the artist was released.
Stocker is done with chartered flights that are gifted and music videos that lead to fatalities.
You mean from the terrorist country?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just trying to do like the Stocker recap of what the takes were today from Gregory.
Yeah. All over the place because I'm consistent, unlike other radio hosts who are not.
Boom.
Thank you.
Wow.
Boom.
So we have, and this is a New Jersey, technically a local story, because we have word that the last alive American Israeli hostage, Edan Alexander, who was a teenager just graduating a New Jersey high school, is set to be released. He was 18 years old when he had gone over there for that music festival. He's now just turned 21, is set to be released from Hamas captivity. That from Hamas yesterday, and they later confirmed, this was later confirmed as well by President Trump, the White House, etc.
Let me just throw this out there, and I am coming at this from a place of complete and total ignorance. But whether you're Jewish American or Arab American, and you decide you're like, okay, what about a trip to the Middle East? Do they even offer flights directly to the Middle East, or do you have to go to like Hamburg, Germany, or something like that? And also, with the advisories that are out there where the government says, kind of roll the dice at your own risk here, is it really worth going over there? And I say that for any, Arab American, any Jewish American, why would you want to go over to that area? Regardless of your heritage, your faith, your lineage, anything like that, is it really worth it? I mean, this kid was 18 years old. He's going there for a music festival. I know the odds of it happening, him being abducted are probably the same odds of you crashing in an airplane. But is it worth it? I don't know that it is. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, I think that, look, so many people have, Christians, Jews, all different religious backgrounds, obviously want to go to that part. It's the Holy Land for basically every major religion.
No, I get it. Yeah.
And so in this case, though, we're looking at, you asked what day it is. It's day 584.
That's it.
584 days since October 7th, since that terror attack. And so that's how long these hostages, which only dozens are believed to still be alive.
Yeah.
But he's the last American. So there's a lot of coverage surrounding this as far as when he will physically be released and looking toward peace in that part of the world. But at least for the family, mom and dad, for Edan Alexander, certainly celebrating. Hamas says it's a goodwill gesture.
Yes, that's the verbiage I heard. Yes, goodwill. So what do they want in return? They're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. At least I don't think.
I mean, President Trump has said that it's a potential step toward ending this, quote, brutal conflict.
Okay.
So peace in the works as we think about, peace and prosperity. Do we have peace deals? Russia, Ukraine. Now we've got the China tariff situation, the Middle East peace deal. That's probably the next jewel in the crown, if you will, because you were talking about, keeping the receipts. So we have that going on. So much happening this morning. I'll tell you about our Philadelphia Phillies triumphant against the Cleveland Guardians. So what was that score? 3-0. As we look at Kyle Schwarber homering twice to tie Aaron Judge for the Major League lead, extending his on-base streak to 46 games. Zach Wheeler striking out 8 over 7 innings as our Phillies beat the Cleveland Guardians 3-0 last night.
I'm going to tie the Phillies into the Pope in just a second once we wrap up with news. You're going to love this. You're not getting this anywhere else.
Pope.
That's correct.
My goodness. We can't wait for this one. We are sponsored this morning by First Bank in our news and our sports. Ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner? You can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. First Bank sponsoring our news and the weather for today looking good. But, Nick, looks like a change in the forecast is on the way for Tuesday.
That is correct, Dawn. Currently 57 degrees. It's going to go up to 81 today. Very sunny and warm out, although tonight we're going to dip back down to the low 60s. 50% chance of showers, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, intermittent storms throughout the day for the next 4 days, but that'll clear up just in time for another weekend. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. And that'll do it for Kayal and Company News Live around number 2 here on this Monday morning. All right, so let me just give you this before we wrap up here in the next couple of moments. I said I was going to tie the Phillies into the Pope. Now, if you're a Philadelphia Phillies baseball fan, you know historically the Phillies have always had the lesser of the two brothers, right? You want to talk Andrew Cuomo versus Chris Cuomo, kind of on that level. So remember the Phillies had a guy named Jeremy Giambi. He was not that good. And the Yankees and the Oakland A's had Jason Giambi. Guy would hit like 40 home runs a year. We always have the wrong brother. We had Mike Maddox. The Braves had Greg Maddox. We had Vince DiMaggio. The Yankees had Joe DiMaggio. We had Ken Brett. The Royals had George Brett. We had Mark Leiter. The Mets had Al Leiter. You get the gist here? Like, we get this run-of-the-mill routine bozo, and they get Hall of Famers, right? Apparently, that's what happened with the Pope. That's what happened with the Pope. So we know that Leo is, in all indicators so far are that he's left of center. He's a liberal or a progressive Pope, based on social media comments of the past.
Didn't he was part of a pro-life thing?
He might be pro-life, but he might be woke.
Very pro-life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have a mixed bag these days. Not everybody can be stuffed in one box. Okay. So apparently, Lou Prevost, I should say, Port Charlotte, Florida. This guy is a hardcore Trump fan. In fact, he went off on social media many times about Nancy Pelosi and those on the left. I want to read this. This is courtesy of Mediaite. So, as we know, Leo, born Robert Francis Prevost, told the world last Thursday, quote, "So I would like to pray together with you. Let us pray together for this new mission, for the whole church, for peace in the world, and let us ask Mary, our mother, for this special grace." Well, weeks earlier, on April 18th, Lou Prevost, Leo's brother, shared a video meme on Facebook for a mock support group for liberals that are struggling to cope with a second Trump administration. He commented, quote, "For my upset, crying, left-leaning friends and others suffering from TDS, this service seems right for you." And earlier, 2 weeks earlier, on April 4th, Prevost shared a clip of Rep. Nancy Pelosi, Democrat of California from the 1990s, going to bat for hitting China with tariffs. Yes, as I've said many times, Trump is part Ronald Reagan, part 90s Democrat. Nancy Pelosi advocated for tariffs against China. Pelosi has since changed her stance on the issue. He also alluded to a baseless conspiracy theory that accused Pelosi's husband of being romantically involved with a man who broke into their home. Remember, that was the David DePape story, who attacked him with a hammer. Prevost shared the post from another Facebook user who commented the following. "Do they not know that these effing liberals crying about tariffs is just unreal? Just what do you think is going to happen? And just listen to what this drunk," and I have to clean this up, 4-letter C word has to say in the mid-90s, wow, long before her husband had Grindr dates.
Wow.
Lou Prevost, the real Pope of Philadelphia.
Oh, my God.
And we always get the wrong one, don't we? Remember last week? Oh, he's a Villanova guy. Oh, he's a Delco guy. I want Lou, not Leo.
Well, I did like the Pope
I teed
Leo.
that up for you, Dawn. This is right in your wheelhouse.
I did like the Pope Leo yesterday. Called for an end to the wars in Ukraine and
Oh,
Gaza.
that's nice.
Called
That's
for
nice.
peace.
Yeah.
That was beautiful yesterday.
Can't believe Lou taking shots at Nancy like that.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Calling
okay?
her a drunk C word and her husband's on Grindr. Oh. We need a MAGA Pope. The Pope's brother. The Pope's brother. Unhinged. That's amazing. You know what? If we ever have a guest on this show, I want to interview Pope Leo's brother, Lou.
He's on meds, too.
He's on meds, too. I think he should do a Sunday show on this station. The Lou Prevost Show. Have that dump button ready, though, because he's got a potty mouth.
Oh, it's amazing.
He's my kind of guy.
Lou's brother.
The
Pope's brother.
Yes.
It's great. It's wonderful.
I can't believe Mediaite, of all places, with that story. Not necessarily the most friendly to MAGA, if you get my drift. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, Harry Mays in about 25 minutes. But up next, the coordinated media takedown of Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. It only keeps getting better. And we'll give you all the details as we work our way to the cut sheet at 7:45. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as for Certainteed vinyl siding. Siding, as you know, it's not just for the curb appeal. It acts as that protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, beautiful choices, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years experience, and they complete every single project with such care, such precision. I can vouch for that. They also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the different options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage of 15% off. Do this today. Experience the Chapman difference as I have. Experienced it for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. You can call, text 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Do you know what went down at the Viper Room the night River Phoenix died? Are you aware of how Steve McQueen escaped death at the hands of the Manson family? But what about the real-life brutal murder that inspired David Lynch's Twin Peaks? These stories and more are told in the Hollywoodland podcast, where true crime and Tinseltown collide. Follow and listen to Hollywoodland wherever you get your podcasts.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:27 as we roll on. It's a Monday morning, a very busy Monday morning. Apparently a very busy weekend, a Mother's Day weekend for the Trump administration. As I predict, it'll be a rough week for the mainstream media. The Trump administration flooding the zone. Lots of success stories, whether it's in the finality of a story or a step in the right direction towards closure on fear porn, whether it's Americans coming home, whether it's peace in other nations, or it is better, fair trade deals for you, the American people. Also, the Trump administration apparently expecting to slash drug prices by about 59%. They're saying it could range anywhere from 30 to 80%, as Caroline Leavitt is now speaking on the White House lawn at 7:30 on a Monday morning. But one thing that was, I thought, super predictable was what started last week, and the ball got rolling, and it's a snowball effect, and it is what the mainstream media is doing to John Fetterman, all because John Fetterman is on the side of Israel, when the left-wing progressive faction of his party that has hijacked the Democratic Party is all in and in favor of the pro-Palestinian cause, pro-Palestinian protests. We've talked a lot about the story with Mo Khan. That was a big chunk of the first half of last week with the Temple Barstool Sports situation. And we had the story a week ago today in the Big Take, how New York Magazine wrote a hit piece on John Fetterman. And then towards the latter portions of last week, I think it was Thursday or Friday, the Associated Press had a hit piece on Fetterman. And when we signed off Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 4 more columns were written about John Fetterman. Axios with the headline, Fetterman doubts explode into Capitol Hill firestorm. Politico with a headline, internal polling shows Fetterman's support is tanking with Democrats in his own backyard of Pennsylvania. NBC News, they joined the party. An isolated John Fetterman clashes with colleagues and staff as he skips his Senate duties. And then also the Atlantic, over the weekend, the hypocrisy of Fetterman's defenders. Let me just read 1 or 2 tidbits from each of these stories, and then we'll get into this, because to me it was so predictable. This is what they do when they defend a Democrat. They all use the same talking points, like saying, oh, no, Joe Biden, no cognitive decline. What you see, what you hear is right-wing conspiracy theories. It's right-wing rhetoric. It's right-wing talking points. Forget all of the blunders. Your eyes and your ears deceive you. Then, when it comes to John Fetterman, the same John Fetterman that they went to bat for in 2022, You can't criticize him. Stroke is off limits. Don't make fun of him when he speaks on the debate stage tonight against Dr. Oz. You're an awful human being. Now they are all in agreement that John Fetterman has just expired. He's eroded before our very eyes. His expiration date has been reached. He's moldy bread on the shelf. Here's Axios. Senator John Fetterman has unnerved aides with his performance in office, with both current and former staffers telling Axios that the Pennsylvania Democrat seems uninterested in his day-to-day duties of being a senator. Again, we zero in on that word duty. Fetterman, according to Axios, has missed 55 floor votes in the Senate, and he has missed 29 alone in 2025, the third most of any sitting senator. Then Politico writes, John Fetterman's popularity is sinking amongst Democratic voters in his own backyard, according to an internal poll obtained by Politico. I'd like to actually see if that internal poll really exists, but I'll stop right there. 49% say they have an unfavorable impression of him, while 46% say they have a favorable impression of him. According to the survey, by the way of comparison, the same poll, showed that 82% of Pennsylvania Democrats view Josh Shapiro, the governor, to be very favorable, with only 13% viewing Shapiro unfavorably. So they're pitting Shapiro and Fetterman up against each other. The poll was completed by a Democratic firm surveying the upcoming mayoral primary election in Pittsburgh, and it comes after the New York Magazine published the article I'm referencing. They say, quote, in Pittsburgh, this is a breaking glass freak-out moment for Fetterman, said a Pittsburgh-based Democratic strategist who was granted anonymity to speak frankly. Let me go to NBC News. Let's go nationally. In the run-up vote to confirm Pete Hegseth as defense secretary, Senator Patty Murray, Democrat from Washington, knew her party had a problem, and that problem's name was John Fetterman. Fetterman, the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, was open to confirming President Donald Trump's embattled pick, according to two people familiar with his thinking. Murray wanted to speak with her colleague one-on-one, so she reached out to Fetterman to set up a time. But Fetterman refused, as the two people familiar with the episode told NBC News. Quote, he figured that she wanted to yell at him about it, one person said. That Fetterman wouldn't even speak to one of the most senior members of his party, someone who is well respected in the caucus and, like Fetterman, has a reputation for being a straight shooter, was emblematic of the way Fetterman has operated in the Senate. This article is based on interviews with, get ready for this, folks, 18 former Fetterman staffers. And then lastly, The Atlantic, the hypocrisy of Fetterman's defenders. Dismissing evidence that a politician might be unfit for office is as much a mistake for the right as it is for the left. Remember the days after President Joe Biden's barely coherent debate performance when Democratic dead-enders insisted that nothing was the matter? That was embarrassing, The Atlantic writes. But apparently, it wasn't so embarrassing that everybody took away the correct lesson, because something similar is now happening between Senator John Fetterman and his admirers on the right. Conservatives are now doing the exact same thing that the Biden defenders did, denying the obvious and the unfit nature of a politician because he is politically useful. To which I would say, here's the difference. All of you said the exact same talking points about Biden's cover-up as you are now in chewing up and spitting out Fetterman. So whether it's the Atlantic, NBC, Politico, Axios, the AP, or the New York Magazine, it's very obvious here. They don't like Fetterman anymore, in part because of the Israel thing, and I think that's a big part. But what NBC brought up there, I think a lot of people either were unaware of or forgot about because we just talked about it and it was a sentence in a 4-hour show. Remember John Fetterman. Say what you want about Fetterman. I get it. He's left on 7 or 8 things out of 10, but he is common sense on a couple of issues. John Fetterman was willing to have a one-on-one sit-down with Pete Hegseth when every Democrat under the sun wanted to bury the guy because of marital failures and perhaps a drinking problem, right? John Fetterman said, no. I'll judge based on my own eyes, my own ears. We'll have a sit-down, and then I will make my vote accordingly based on what I gather and what I learn from speaking to said individual. I just won't run with the talking points. So there have been times where Fetterman has been cordial about anything Trump related, anything right of center, anything with this administration. And it's just so predictable. And Dawn, you've been doing media far longer than I have. But it starts with one, and then here comes the other. And then before you know it, within a week, every single outlet, which makes you wonder why so many of them even need to exist in the first place. If they don't have an original thought, all they're doing is a copy and paste job of everybody else and just kind of reframing it with a little bit of nuance and a couple of sources. And the source numbers might change. NBC spoke to 18 people. Politico spoke to 4. But by and large, it's like a classroom of students that created the same book report. And the teacher's like, wait a minute, they've all written the same exact thing here. What do you think's going on here and what's in play with the media, the Democrats, and what they're trying to do with Fetterman?
To me, I think they're orchestrating a series of hit pieces against a Democrat who they feel is out of line. And so this is what happens. And so I just think that these are hit pieces. They're planting these. They're not happy with him that he has been pro-Israel, and he has refused to take on their talking points. But look, he is a Democrat who has voted. He voted against Hegseth. He voted, his voting record is as a left progressive Democrat. But in this case, his own party is turning on him because they're just not happy with him that on some issues, in particular Israel, he has been very vocal. Good for him on that. But I will say on the other issues, let us not forget, because the GOP has supported him, but let us not forget that he is a far left Democrat and he has voted in line with them. It just shows you how their party is. Their party will not, there is a civil war going on right now within the Democrat Party. And so that's why we've seen so many Democrats leave and say, this is not us. And Fetterman, good for him, that within his party, he's saying, I'm not going to follow you. But look at what they're willing to do. They're willing to say that somebody who has he has been recovering from this stroke for a long time. And this was a party that was willing to say nothing to see here and cover up and be complicit until they feel like he's not in line with everything.
Right. You're exactly right. And that's the major takeaway with the Hegseth vote. He still voted against confirming Pete Hegseth, but he wanted to actually talk to him in person behind closed doors to get an evaluation on his own. And that was like, whoa, no, just do what we tell you to do and vote how we tell you to vote. There's nothing else for you to unearth here, Fetterman. Pete Hegseth cannot be confirmed. But you're right. The Civil War, I mean, that's why guys like David Hogg are going on with Bill Maher. I mean, you talk about what he said. I played you that in the clip in the Big Take. They basically, if you don't fall in line across the board, they cancel you. And that has been their MO now for almost the entire Trump era of politics, where they will contest and fight Trump on every single thing under the sun. And if you don't agree with them on every single thing under the sun, you could be 95% in stride, which probably is what John Fetterman is, short of the Israel thing. But if you are pro-common sense on one issue, you're dead to them. As soon as you no longer can offer what they seek, and that's power and control, they look to replace you. And I thought it was interesting. I just want to give this other number real quickly here on Politico. Politico, you talk about a civil war. There's a great Gen Z divide. Let me just see if I can find this story. Here it is. Apologies for that. Here it is. The Yale Youth Poll. This was published April 28th. Broke the internet last week, and this was written by Politico when it was revealed that there's a partisan split with Gen Z, given a generic Democrat versus Republican ballot for 2026 with midterms coming up. Respondents aged 18 to 21 supported Republicans by nearly 12 points, while the older Gen Z, aged 22 to 29, backed Democrats by about 6 points. And according to the poll, they are less likely to support transgender athletes participating in sports, sending aid to Ukraine, on board with illegal immigration, and they are more likely to approve of President Donald Trump. Get this. This is the stat of the day. This will blow you away. 51% of younger Gen Z, 18 to 21, view Trump favorably, compared to 46% of older Gen Z. I offer an apology to the young 18 to 21-year-olds out there. They are far more with it than the older Gen Z. But you were going to say, Dawn?
Well, on that account, I would say that's because think about what an 18-year-old was going through during the pandemic. They were shut out of school. They were in middle school. So the pandemic, there is an absolute tie to the pandemic and the hell that these 18-year-olds went through and the lies that they witnessed in real time. And that's why they're going for Trump, number one. Number two, back to Fetterman, I would say what's annoying to Democrats is seeing John Fetterman on Fox News with Katie Britt, who is his Republican counterpart. The two of them struck up a friendship because her husband, being an NFL player, former player who, struck up a friendship with Fetterman. And so, for example, on the Lake and Riley legislation, they have struck up, a nice friendship, and they have co-sponsored some important legislation. I think that's irksome to Democrats, the fact that you have Katie Britt, who is a conservative Republican, now partnering with a Democrat, and they don't want them working together. So I think that's another piece of why Fetterman is a fly in the ointment.
I also think, too, I know you mentioned, the pandemic. I think just young men are tired of being labeled white supremacists, toxic masculinity, chauvinistic pigs. Why? Because we like football, drinking beer, driving obnoxiously big vehicles. Remember that when you try to tell America that Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz represent the new generation of masculinity, that is one of the biggest miscalculations I can ever recall. Whoever came up with that idea to shun all type A or alpha males and then trot out Doug Emhoff, who, oh, by the way, with his track record of not so flattering things towards women, that's the champion that you're picking to fight the masculinity wars? Then you're going to label Republicans and Trump supporters and MAGA the reason why protein sales are off the charts. Remember, we were talking about all those stories about fitness and protein and exercise and diet. That's a right-wing thing. No, it's called a health thing, dude. It has nothing to do with politics. They continue to get the message wrong. And I don't know how they're going to win over type A alpha males. It damn sure isn't going to be with AOC. If they think they're going to roll out AOC or Jelly Belly Pritzker in 2028 or any of these other beta males and get the male vote, they are sadly mistaken. But by all means, please do it, as your losing will continue, at least on that stage. 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the cut sheet. Harry Mays will join us for a Mays Monday as we continue live on a Monday. It's Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Honda. And we're talking about the Honda Ridgeline. That's my truck. Dawn just got a new Honda as well. She's out of the minivan. But right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic or the HR-V, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic and the HR-V for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. You can shop online at piazzahonda.com. Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tags at 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof or beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant colors and custom glass that'll wow every guest. Right now, get a brand new entry door and make no payments for 18 months. Call Impriano today to get started. The best homes have an Impriano roof and doors. Visit Impriano.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get up, Harry! I hear you talking when I'm on the street. Let's go, Harry!
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company, 7:48. It's a Monday morning, which means two things. Harry Mays and the cut sheet, fresh off of the PGA Tour, being right here in our own backyard. And I know he was in his glory, walking around the Wissahickon course. Harry, good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Where have all the masculine Democrats gone? Where are they?
I don't know.
Perhaps they should use me. I could flip to that side if the money was right.
Would you still come on this show, though?
Absolutely.
Would you still be welcomed on this show?
I don't know about that. But congrats to Dawn for getting out of the minivan. That's a big step.
That is a big step.
Big step, yeah.
Monumental move.
Traded in the MAGA minivan for the Honda HR-V, I believe. Yeah.
Nice.
Let's get down to business. By the way, 7 o'clock hour, which is almost over, is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. You can browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Greg Stocker, what's on my favorite edition of the cut sheet today?
What's on
Love Monday.
the cut sheet?
What's on the country on this Monday? Sponsored by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 for your printing orders. You hear that? Staff here. Printing orders, $250 off of your printing orders. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples.com/print for details ends June 14th. Plus, save even more with easy rewards programs at Staples. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition of What's on the Country. All right, I'm going to start with, say, teases at 6 a.m.
Okay.
What was in the bag? What was in the little baggie? What was there a spoon?
Yes.
Harry, you're a member of the 80s
Yes.
club.
I was analyzing the footage this morning. As
Were
a matter
you?
Of fact.
Yeah.
Yes, that was absolutely cocaine.
Wow. Okay, good. I like
Look
to
at
hear
this
this.
guy.
I like to
Absolutely.
hear this. Coming out of the box strong. I like that with a strong take at 7:51. So, over the weekend, French President Emmanuel Macron was caught with a bag. Well, we don't know what it was. Some sort of substance. He was on a trip to Ukraine. They were on a train ride from Poland to Ukraine when reporters entered the room. Macron was meeting with the Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, and the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Three guys I'd never want to hang out with.
Social media users are speculating that Macron was caught with a bag of cocaine, and some are suggesting that Merz was concealing a Coke straw or a spoon.
Spoon.
Yeah, one of those Coke spoons, right?
Yeah, it was
I
a
mean,
spoon.
you went into bars and the clubs in the 80s, Harry. You know what the Coke spoons look like.
Of course. Yes, that was absolutely a spoon.
All right, let's youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you have not seen this video. If you have seen the video, weigh in. Maybe Phil, you can put up a poll question. Let's roll the video and let our online detectives decide if this is cocaine or not. Roll this. See that little thing, that white thing next to it? He grabs it.
Oh, boy, he did.
There he
like
goes.
that. Wow.
Puts it right underneath there. And look at
That
the...
looked like 2 8-balls,
Yeah.
Stalker.
Jeez, hair. 2 8-balls.
And watch, he puts it, holds it, puts it in his pocket. Do you see that?
Yep.
And,
Switched hands.
And you see the spoon, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back. Oh wait, is this a clearer version? Yeah, this is the
extended version.
This is
right
the
here.
extended version.
Bonus
Thank you.
coverage.
Yeah. this is the
Bonus blow.
Yeah, I mean, didn't the media sort of bust in here unannounced?
Yes.
Totally caught them off guard.
So if you look at right there, he's
There
claiming
goes the spoon.
yes.
Yep.
It's odd that they both grab him and conceal him at the same time. No.
Okay, so I'm fixated on Macron in the middle. Can we just rewind it without sound? I want to see who's the second guy that you're referring to that grabs it. Is it the guy on the right?
Yeah, that's
The guy on the right.
Yeah, that's the German
Merz.
guy. Yeah.
Okay, so he's got the spoon.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, he moves the
Right
cup.
there.
He moves the cup and the binder.
Why?
Yep.
So they're claiming French media is saying that this is all for nothing. That it was a handkerchief.
A handkerchief?
like
Yeah,
a,
right.
like a tissue. Why would he conceal it?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? Like
Maybe he's got a cold like Joe Biden had on June 27th.
And why wouldn't he take said handkerchief and throw it in the trash? I'm sure there's a trash can over there, right? He hides it and then puts it in
Right.
his pocket.
Yeah.
No,
Did Alex Jones start? Who started this?
I don't know, but it's fabulous.
Where did
It is terrific.
Yes.
I think there's
Don't rain on our parade, Stenslin.
I think whatever. I don't know if that's Coke. I'll defer to the 80s Coke Club experts on
That
the
was
program.
cocaine.
Okay.
Thank
was
you.
not.
Whatever it,
Yes,
was,
it was.
they did not want the public to see that. That
Yes, it
cool.
was.
Look
Have
at
you
the- look-
seen the videos of Macron back in the 80s and 90s partying in the clubs?
Nice.
Oh,
This
no.
guy was a maniac.
Wow.
So you think that the French president is going to leave his little cocaine bag
Well,
on the table when he's talking to his counterparts?
Yes.
You think that's
Absolutely.
Can't believe Dawn's out here defending the French.
Yeah,
It's
the these
come on.
hideous people, the French. Of course, they're doing cocaine.
I'd
Right.
expect this if this was, Don Jr., but not Macron. Macron.
Well, this could explain the cocaine residue in the White House. Too.
That's what I said 2 hours ago. I said, whatever happened to that July
wait.
2023 baggie in the White House?
Right.
Hang on.
Was Macron in the White House?
Hang on a second. Road Warrior brought up a good point. Rewind the tape, Philip.
All right.
He said that there is a cut line on the table on the right. Let's look at that.
Oh, there is right there.
Look
right
at
there.
that.
Look
at that.
Look at the glass.
Yes. Road Warrior.
They were doing coke. They were doing lines.
Yeah.
Is that what
Yes.
Maybe
That's what
maybe
you
it was
do.
maybe it wasn't coke. Maybe they were crushing up some Adderall and
MDMA.
Yeah, snort some Adderall or what
bath
I mean?
salts maybe?
Something. That is a substance.
That's what you do when you go to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's where that was at? That was in Ukraine?
They're on their way on a train.
Okay. Well, Harry's just complete. Harry's got all the data and the details on this one. Harry Mays, Macron's
This was the
insider.
best video I've seen in weeks.
You're just having flashbacks of your glory days.
Exactly. In my prime.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Is it cocaine?
No.
Dawn says no. Right
Nope.
now, just 3 minutes into the voting, 81% say yes. So you are in the minority. I also voted yes.
I agree.
So
I don't go into the YouTube chat, but put me down for yes.
It's a tissue.
It's a tissue.
It's a tissue.
Play it one more time, Philip.
He's trying to stop the spread.
Yeah.
I mean, look, watch it. Right hand. Here it comes.
Grabs
Let's
it.
break this down frame by frame. Right hand underneath the left elbow.
Yep.
Then he swaps it from right hand to left hand into either the pocket or he throws it on the floor.
That's how I used to hide my nickel bag in school. I mean, come on, guys. I mean,
that's how I would act when somebody would catch me picking my nose.
Yes.
Yeah, hide the booger.
They're saying the French and Macron are saying that this is their enemies are creating a scandal and it's fake news.
Enemies.
So more likely that's cocaine or his wife is a dude.
Both.
Remember that story. Here's what we do. We get Macron.
Yeah.
We get Biden.
Gotta hate the French.
We get Macron's wife and Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
And we have 4 dudes in blonde.
Oh my God.
Sounds like a party.
That is a bag of cocaine, and his wife may or may not be a dude.
It's a tissue.
Thank you very much. I have spoken.
And for the
there
record,
should be no other points of view.
I have never
program.
tried cocaine. I just want to clear that up with the audience.
No, it's
not
good.
once in
Yeah,
my life.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah,
it's not good for you.
Don't do it.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
It was once in Coca-Cola.
I know.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yep. But then Bobby said it had to go.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. The voting is fast and furious. 86% say yes, it is.
I mean, you have to be on something to lead the French anyway, don't you? Stalker, I know
You
it's
have
your
to be
bit.
on something to go to Ukraine.
Yeah.
All right, let's since we have some views here, let's do one more here on the view tab, and then we'll get into what happened in New Jersey over the weekend that Nick did his big take on. So you guys all get Amazon deliveries, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
This is 27. This is 27, Phil. This Amazon driver is seen leaving a package and leaving another package on a Los Angeles homeowner's doorstep.
Could be Gavin Newsom's estate.
This driver gives Amazon Fresh a whole new meaning. Was caught on camera dropping off multiple gifts on Mother's Day. So this was yesterday. The lucky homeowner who found a dirty paper towel in the planter's box. All right, roll the video. YouTube.com/@1210. Drops off the package.
Takes the photo.
Takes the photo like they always do. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a female.
Oh,
no.
look at
Oh,
this.
no. Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Oh, no.
What? Are you serious?
Oh.
What is wrong with people?
Oh.
What is wrong with this show?
I thought this was Delco only.
She's like the Delco dumper.
Yeah.
So she cleaned up after herself and left the
this lady
toilet paper in the wrapping.
Ew.
Oh my God.
Disgusting.
Earlier that day, now what is she doing? She's on a different set of steps.
Yeah,
She
multiple
number
times.
one or number two?
She urinated on later the day, and she duded.
Oh my God. What now? Why do these people have to do this stuff? What did that guy do to deserve that?
Maybe she has
Right.
issues.
Right.
Where are you? In all seriousness, you're an Amazon driver and you have issues.
Right.
Where do you? I mean, I'm not condoning this, but where do you go?
You stop off
You
at
have to
Wawa.
go to a hotel, like a
You
hotel.
go to a gas station convenience store. You go in, and as
Like
we've
a Hampton Inn.
Yeah, and as we've established, you don't have to buy anything. You just go in and you do your business and you leave.
I
Or,
would like
or if you're, Greg and Dawn, you buy a pack of gum on your way out, so you don't feel bad.
Absolutely.
Right.
I would like to say, women in the last 2 weeks, well, they've really taken the cake as far as.
I'm telling you, man. I told you on this show, this never would have happened if we didn't allow women to start voting.
Yeah.
See, you give them an inch. You give them an inch, like Dawn's brother would say, and they take a mile.
See?
And they start defecating.
That's
Or
right.
they-
I
or they
actually
take
wanna
something.
I want to do the show with Dawn's brother.
Yeah. No, but I
Me
used to
and
have a large territory, like for sales,
Yeah.
and I'd be in the car all the time, you
Yeah.
know, going up and down the Jersey Turnpike, what have you, from New York to Philly area, and I'd have, sort of scouted out the various like hotels, like a Hampton Inn at this exit. Well, if you need to go to the bathroom,
Oh,
like
okay.
you find a hotel and you go in the ground floor, and there's always like a men's room right in the lobby.
Yep.
And that's what you do.
See, you're much more high class than me. You've scouted out hotels.
Yes.
I would just be looking for the local sheets.
Yeah. Yeah. To do your sheets.
Yeah, to do my sheets. And leave some
Exactly.
sheets behind.
Right.
All right. Now that we've taken the show
Hotels.
into the gutter,
Harry stops at like a Hilton.
the French president was doing cocaine, and this woman was dooting on somebody's
Can we get it back to the serious stuff?
back porch.
Let's get it back to Trump.
Really pure cocaine can make you do that,
Yeah, maybe it's related.
too. Maybe she was on it.
By the way, Stalker, as an
Yeah.
anti-French guy that you are, the French hater of the program,
Yeah.
does Macron gain points with you for that?
No.
Okay.
What do you take of me, sir?
Well, I just,
I don't condone cocaine.
Well, you always say the French are very weak.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
are. This is giving them beer muscles.
Coke's not for the weak of heart, I've heard.
They don't surrender as quickly if they're on coke.
Makes them bold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They can appear like they have muscles. All right. So the mayor of Newark, Roz Baraka, was arrested at the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center after an argument with agents. Can you roll cut one here, Phil? There we go. Members of Congress here for a scheduled visit where they shoved after trying to include Baraka in conversation after he gained entry through the gate. He was arrested outside the New Jersey ICE detention facility. He went on one of the. This is cut two, Phil. He went on one of the Sunday shows, I think it was, or maybe this was Psaki. Said that it was an uncomfortable and humiliating situation for him. Roll this.
Told at all why you were charged with trespassing?
No, they charged me, I guess, based on the charge that they can find. We was actually allowed on the property in the first place. Nothing happened for a long, long time. For at least over an hour. And then, after they finally told us to leave and I told them I was leaving, they came outside the gate and arrested me. So it looked like it was targeted.
It certainly looked like that from watching, and I know there's lots of questions I'm sure you have, we all have. Have you heard, are those charges still pending? Have they been dropped? Have you been given any indication of that?
No, they haven't been dropped. I can't completely talk about the particulars of the case, they said, but have to appear in court again. So they have not dropped the charges. I've been charged with a Class C misdemeanor, a federal trespass.
That is, let me ask you, you were detained for a couple of hours today. Where were you detained after you were arrested?
I was in a Homeland Security kind of barracks, a cell that they have there. I was being held there. And the guys from Homeland Security were very gracious, very respectful, treated me with respect and integrity. So I have nothing but respect for those guys. But, it was still a uncomfortable and humiliating situation for me.
You know what's uncomfortable and humiliating is watching one of the two sides of your political aisle in this country do what they did on Friday. That's humiliating and uncomfortable, watching these morons try to break and enter. Tom Homan laid it out perfectly in the clip that we played for you in the Big Take. You cross that line of impediment, you are going to be arrested. And with those ICE agents, that guy right there, what's his name? Ross Straka?
Ross Baraka.
Ross
Ross
Obama,
Baraka.
Sepp Straka, Barack Obama, whatever the hell his name is, mayor of Newark. You're lucky You're lucky that ICE didn't drop you dead in your tracks, man. I mean, the guy was literally trying to go in. You watched the one video we played for you in the Big Take. The gate is open. The bus is about to be coming through, and it's an illegal detention center. It's a security threat for everybody involved.
I think it was smart that DHS released the body cam to show exactly what happened.
Agreed.
Because, there are claims, this is a career politician, Baraka, just complaining about this and making all these claims. The bottom line is you're at a secure federal facility. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so release that video. I think that was good on the part of DHS to say we're being transparent. You judge for yourself, America. Here's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yeah. And by the
He'll
way,
be a talk show hero for the whole week now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Chris Van Hollen already paid his bail money.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He also said, this is cut 3, that he's considering taking legal action, against DHS over his arrest at the ICE Facility 3.
Any legal action in light of what took place today and what happened to you?
Well, I mean, we're going through this process now, and obviously I will confer with my lawyers to figure out what's the best pathway forward on this. I think they completely violated my rights. I'm the mayor of the city. I have the right to go anywhere in this city, particularly in places where I think our laws are being violated. I went on up on in a driveway with our healthcare inspectors and our fire inspectors early on, and we've been doing that for the last couple of days. They've been ignoring us. And actually, the Congress people who have oversight on this went onto the property and tried to get inside, and they made them wait over an hour, and they never got in. Never.
They mentioned that, and one of
All right, there you go.
Yeah, F around and find out. That's what happened.
Yeah. And you talk about what legal action that this guy is going to take as the victim, and Psaki's sitting there propping him up.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he got charged with a Class C misdemeanor. He's only going to walk away with, at most, a fine, and I don't know.
It'll get dropped anyway.
Or dropped, right. Like, it'll probably be dropped. But worst case scenario is it's a fine and 6-month probation, or maybe he's got community service. This guy's not going to face any stiff punishment.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's a victim, though. What a pathetic loser she
I know.
is.
And how about Newark? Well, seriously.
Yeah.
LaMonica McCurvin and then this guy. I thought
they made a lot of progress.
Yeah.
We have this. So this was the body cam footage obtained by Fox News that appeared to confirm that Representative LaMonica McIver, is that how you say it?
Yeah, I used to watch that show in the 80s. I love
Not Daryl LaMonica, the Mad Bomber.
But they're lucky because the one federal law enforcement officer there was assaulted.
Yeah, well, they're saying that she elbowed a DHS agent.
You can see it.
Yeah, so let's roll this video here, Phil. Let's see if you can see the. See if we can see the. She is. Is she? Oh. That was. Yeah.
Did you see
It's
it?
a no-no.
Yep. Yeah, she's Jasmine Crockett's like, whoa, I got to up my game this week.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, this is a federal facility, and certainly the mayor, he's local. So he certainly knows that he does not have any jurisdiction to trespass onto a federal facility. He knows that. This guy's, he's playing this up because he's a partisan. But the truth is he knows full well he can take it to court. His lawyers can take it to court. He's going to lose 10 out of 10 times.
Phil, can you just roll it without the sound? Just while we're talking here, you can see the video here. Thank God for body cam footage.
And look at that facility. Look at all the fencing.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, you're not getting out of there. We're not going to have a Danilo Cavalcante, sneaking out like he did from the local facility here in Philly.
Yeah.
It is alleged that the individuals who are inside that federal detention center, some of them allegedly violent criminals.
Yeah.
Which is why they were rounded up by the authorities and they're being held right now. So
there's
this
the
is
elbow.
Yeah.
basically a temporary, prison, if you will, a federal prison. Does a local person, a local yokel, have the right to just stroll in?
No.
No.
Of course
No.
not. This premise that, I'm the mayor, I have a right. No, you don't. And you
Said he
know
could
that.
go anywhere he wants. Dawn.
Yeah, good luck.
By the way, MacGyver is claiming that she was the victim.
Of course.
saying,
Of course.
The way we were treated at Delaney Hall is almost unbelievable. ICE shoved me. They disrespected us and tried to stop us from conducting the oversight we're elected to do, but we'll never back down in our fight for what is right.
Yep.
That is Representative LaMonica MacGyver, who you can see in that video. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can see her elbow, the DHS agent.
Which is why DHS was, and they didn't just release it to Fox News. They released it publicly. AP has it, so this was not a Fox News thing. They said, here it is. We're going to release this. Maybe Fox put it up first, but they were smart to just widely say, here it is. We're making this public. Here's the body cam video. You look for yourself. I think that kind of transparency goes a long way.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Staying in order here, Phil. AOC jumped in on this.
Of course. Not
She's-
to be outdone.
What doesn't she jump into?
She
Apparently her old district, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see go ahead, Greg. I'm going to pull this up. I want to read this after the clip.
Oh, you mean the frustration that she's spending too much time campaigning and not enough in her district?
That would be correct, sir.
We have video of her trying to do a town hall and basically heckler saying the exact same thing.
Okay.
Let's start right here with 5. If she says if anybody is breaking the law in this situation, it's not members of Congress, it's DHS.
Right.
And now what DHS is trying to say, again, they're using public intimidation because they know that they cannot come for us all. They know that they cannot come for us all. And recently what they said is that DHS is allegedly looking into arresting members of Congress who were showing up for their legal and constitutional obligation to conduct oversight. If anyone's breaking the law in this situation, it's not members of Congress, it's the Department of Homeland Security. It's people like Tom Homan and Secretary Kristi Noem. You lay a finger on someone, on Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, on Representative, or any of the representatives that were there, you lay a finger on them, we are going to have a problem.
Oh.
Because the people who are breaking the law are the people who are not abiding by it. And it is enshrined in the law that members of Congress who show up to ICE and CBP facilities are required to be granted access, legally required to be granted access. And they legally cannot be inhibited from accessing these facilities to conduct their constitutional obligation to investigate and conduct oversight.
Yeah. Now get me a couple of highlights, will you?
The former bartender. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says he's outraged by the unjust arrest.
Oh, he's outraged. Harry Mays, in about 27 minutes today, has solved the coke crime with Macron and ordered up a couple of high lifes.
Exactly.
What a day.
We're off to a good start.
This is my kind of cut sheet.
I will defend Bonnie, 80-year-old Bonnie, because remember, let us not forget that she gave us Mr. Strozak.
That's right.
Remember that famous moment?
Yeah.
Mr. Strozak for the...
Yeah, she couldn't get Strzok's name right. Yeah.
By the way, front page of the New York Post yesterday, it says AOC, AO-SEEYA, constituents seethe at no-show Ocasio-Cortez. And the headline is, Fed up AOC constituents in the Bronx and Queens mock the absentee rock star who is never in their district. Quote, this woman has done nothing.
Let's
celebrity.
Let's go on to cut 8 here. This is a breaking point at her one of her home rallies in the Bronx and Queens. Roll this.
Exercising and using our constitutional rights. Our rights are use it or lose it. So we need to use it.
Wow, that looks like a Gen Zer too, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How about that?
Apparently, her constituents are sick and tired of being second fiddle to the jet-setting socialist primary focus. Her district offices in the Bronx and Queens offer little to justify the $1.9 million the Congresswoman gets to run them. Wait, what? $1.9 million the Congressman gets to run them?
No, it's not 1.9
I don't
million.
know. What is that? That doesn't make sense.
But I do know she's, on those flights with Bernie Sanders to the taxpayer expense of $221,000 while they fight climate change.
Yeah.
Right?
The oligarchy tour.
The oligarchy tour. There are some people out there that think she's got a puncher's chance in 2028. I don't see it. To me, if it was no to Hillary and it was no to Kamala, America is not electing that.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that, forget the policies, because yes, we will never elect a socialist to be president of the United States of America. But look at endearing qualities. All the stuff that supposedly shouldn't matter but does, right? You go back to Trump v. DeSantis. There was nothing endearing about DeSantis. Trump has this charm. He's got that it factor. All I ever see from her is rage. Nobody's going to elect a rage baiter that just jumps. Every time I see her, maybe she has Macron's 8-ball. She is always at 100 miles. Does she ever have a moment where she crashes? Hey, it's a nonstop. Oh, I would blow my head off.
I think, in all seriousness, with the Baraka incident, I think that it's important to remember that DHS keeps putting the mugshots out of those MS-13 gang members who are being held inside that federal facility.
Yeah, smart move.
And to keep putting their mugshots out. Remember this case of a pedophile. Remember this case of a woman raped. And just to remind the public of the dangerous criminals that exist inside that federal facility. This is a serious situation, and these partisans should not use this as some kind of a backdrop for their political gain. And that's really what they're doing.
Well, if I were to play those videos for unknowledgeable constituents in New Jersey, and I just said, hey, I'm going to play this video for you. This is an ICE detention center. I'm not going to give you any other context. I'm not going to give you any sound. I'm not going to tell you who these individuals are. I want you to guess, what do you think is happening in said footage clip? It looks like a prison break.
Yeah.
So this is the stance that the Democrats are taking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck with that, right?
Good luck.
Yeah.
Well, CNN wants to question the New Jersey Democrats. They had them all in the State of the Union show yesterday. This is 34, Phil.
Well, who's this, the Bash or the Tapper?
It's the Bash. Roll it.
And this was an attempt, you were doing an event there, but you were also trying to go forward with part of your job in Congress, which is oversight. Were you able to get any of that oversight actually done? Congresswoman MacIver, I'll send that to you.
MacIver.
Yes, we actually were. I mean, that's why I find it to be appalling that they said we were trespassing, because how are we trespassing? And then you offer us a tour at the end, which is the reason why we were there in the first place, to have a tour of this facility that had just opened up on May 1st. It had over 100 detainees. We were getting reports prior to our tour that children were there. We did not know the status of the facility or the status of the detainees. And so that is why we showed up there to do our job as members, and New Jerseyans count on us to do our job. Immigration has been something that's in the back doors, in the backyards of New Jersey, and it's our jobs to make sure everything is running properly at this facility. So we were able to get a tour towards the end of all of that commotion, all of that chaos. They took us on a tour, offered us a soda in the midst of doing this, never apologized or said anything about the confrontation and the chaos that they caused outside. But we were able to get in, speak to detainees, check out the facilities, and make sure everything was okay there.
Wow. So I guess everything is okay.
Yeah. You got a Dr. Pepper on your way out.
Right.
And a gift
you got
bag.
free soda.
Yeah. And a T-shirt. Thank you for coming. We'll see you again next year. You know, why do they owe you an apology? That's their facility that they run and operate.
You're just a citizen. I don't care that you're an elected official. Yeah, okay, AOC says they have a right to see it, but it's not like they have a right to just show up and walk right in and be given royal treatment. There's probably a protocol that they have to adhere to. And based on all the visual evidence that I have seen, it does not look like that was the most opportune time to be going through that gate, if in fact they were expecting a shipment of new detainees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a federal facility that's holding, according to all these different federal officials, they've released some of the mugshots of some of these guys, but these are alleged killers, MS-13 gang members, as well as other there are Dominican gang members, all these different gang members, child rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, drug dealers. So these are dangerous individuals, and they're being held in this facility. You can't just storm a facility. It doesn't matter if you're a mayor, a senator, whoever you are.
Right.
And she's saying May 1st they were invited to do this. So I'm kind of, I'm not sure of the timing of this, because obviously this situation did not happen May 1st. As we've seen the body cam video being released.
Right.
It sounds like she's conflating two things to try to smooth this out. But I think there's no question they were in the wrong here. You can see.
If you are a constituent in LaMonica McIver's district, how do you think that sits with you when you hear and see her on CNN say, yeah, we just wanted to go in and see how the detainees were doing? You think LaMonica McIver goes back to the district that she represents to go up and down neighborhood blocks and check in to see how you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say no.
13 here, Phil. Representative Jasmine Crockett says the Democrat donors want the, quote, safest white boy for their 2028 candidate.
Now, which dialect is she using here?
Well, she's on the Sirius XM Urban View show.
Okay, so we get
you're gonna get
we're gonna get all the smoke.
Yeah, you're gonna get that form of Jasmine.
It is this fear that the people within the party, within the primary system, will have about voting for a woman, because every time we voted for a woman, we've lost so far. And I think that that's a natural fear, because we just want to win. So there's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. I mean, I'm just saying.
Those are the callers that we're hearing. We're hearing people.
No, for real.
A white man's got to do it. We're getting those callers.
For real. And to be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phones with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I can tell you, it's not a black person nor woman. Okay. It is.
Guesses on who that person is?
Well, I'm still trying to process.
Yeah, Newsom. Yeah, it's definitely Newsom.
I think it's
so?
got to be Newsom, right?
Yeah.
I think he's a
Who
little.
else, Nick?
I think he's a little toxic. I think it's going to be Shapiro.
You think so?
Shapiro. Although Shapiro's not a safe white boy because he backs Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's probably
Right.
out. So you're whoever the safest white boy. That's such a racist comment. I mean, you see, if I was hosting that show on Sirius XM Urban, I would have said to Jasmine, okay, so you're talking about safe white boys. Did the power brokers that be in 2007 determine Barack Obama to be a safe black selection? I'm just wondering, because we're talking about what's safe, what's not safe, who's white, who's not white. Again, identity politics. Here's what I would advise, Jasmine. Find somebody that the average man can relate to.
Yeah. Right.
Not whether
Not
they're
Tim Walz.
not whether they're safe, not whether they're white, not whether they're gay, not whether they're transgendered, not whether they have one leg. Just find somebody that's a normal human being, you dope. All this identity. I got to find a safe white.
Yeah.
She's basically admitting that chicks have no chance. That's what she said there, right?
The fact that they thought last year that Tim Walz was going to speak to me is a joke.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Really?
Well, at least there was, until we found out about all of his lies, like stolen valor and all this other nonsense. At least on the surface, when we looked at the cover of the book, they tried to sell us military background, football coach,
fake
rifle, loves to go hunting. Like they tried, and then you started to realize, okay, stolen valor. Then he was like, he's an assistant coach. Then you saw the video where he couldn't even load the gun.
I mean, at King Shooter Supply, I was more comfortable with a gun for the first time than
Right.
Tim Walz as he's running for vice president in a staged photo op.
Speaking of 2024, Senator Amy Klobuchar says that everything we look at in the rearview mirror after you lose an election, we would have been served better if we would have had a primary.
Say that now.
We shouldn't have upended democracy, and we should have went about it the way they say we should.
Roll it.
Senator, let me get your reaction to what we heard from former President Biden, who spoke out this week for the first time since leaving office. Here he is talking about his exit from the 2024 race. Take a look.
I love this.
Should you have withdrawn earlier, given someone else a bigger chance?
I don't think it would have mattered.
Senator, would the party have had a better chance of winning in 2024 had President Biden dropped out sooner?
You know, everything we look at in a rearview mirror after you lose an election, yes, we would have been served better by a primary. But we are where we are. We're not on the History Channel right now. And I believe that President Biden
No, the History
can
Channel's
come
more
out and
entertaining.
speak and do interviews whenever
Gets
he
more
wants.
viewers.
But I will say this. We're not in the History Channel. And our Republican colleagues, instead of dealing with where we are now, think they're in some kind of a way-back zone, that they can go in some kind of bring time backwards and blame everything on Joe Biden. Donald Trump is the president right now, and we have to deal with helping the American people. My party, we want to focus on lowering costs, on finding new ways to build more housing and get more affordable energy, on really working with our entrepreneurs all over the country to seize on this moment that we have with everything from mapping the human genome to AI.
All right, that's enough.
What in
No,
God's
but
name
she's
is
smart.
she talking about?
Klobuchar is smart to talk. That's what Democrats should be talking about. They should be talking about the economy, making our economy, recover still from the pandemic, AI, the future. Klobuchar, she's absolutely right. These are losing issues. When they storm a facility and try to basically stop gangbangers who are illegals
From being detained.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what they were accused of doing, trying to shut it down.
Right.
These are bad looks when they fight to have men and boys compete against girls in sports. That's a bad look. That's why all these suburban moms, Democrats and Republicans, it doesn't matter their politics, they're all going to say, hey, we want to protect girls and women. These are no-brainer issues. And so Amy Klobuchar, I mean, they should listen to her, actually.
You know, it's when you think about politics, it's really no different than sports. It's offense and it's defense. For politics, it's about going on the offensive, talking about your strengths, giving your message, and then ripping down the other side. The problem the Democrats have right now is they're always playing defense. All they do is resist to Trump while not carving out their own niche and their own message with their own candidate on 80-20 issues that maybe they can win. Instead, they're doubling and tripling down on all the 80-20 issues in society that Americans have already said we reject and you are losing. Immigration, wars, dudes and women's sports, all of that.
Nick, they're just playing politics. That's the problem. It's not a game. It's not a sport. It's our life. And so these policies matter. These policies have shut our kids out of schools, have injured our daughters and granddaughters. You know what I'm saying? Like, these policies matter. And so what the Republican Party, if you look at it, what the Republicans have said is, we want to turn this upside-down world back, right side up, and we want to make things right, and we want to work hard for you. We want to expose, with DOJ, the fleecing of America. We want to have it so that Americans, you have a better deal worldwide with trade and your economy. And so the Republicans, if you look at how they're viewed right now, look like the ones who are saying, we're working very hard. We're working tirelessly for you. You are the customer, America. And we're trying to just make America great again. The Democrats, on the other hand, look like they're just constantly playing politics. And so I think I think Amy Klobuchar, I mean, there was a lot of wisdom in what she was just saying, let's work for the American people. Let's work for the, making the economy better. And I know that maybe that sounds a little boring, but they should listen to her.
I actually think
I'm not disagreeing with what you said, Dawn. I think it goes above Republicans versus Democrats at this point. I think it goes above left versus right, conservative versus liberal. Certainly some of that stuff will always apply. If you're a conservative, you have a belief on said topic. But this is, to me, populism against the globalist agenda. This is Trump and the normal everyday person and being able to own a home, having secure borders, having law and order, versus this globalist agenda of open borders, you'll own nothing and be happy, this World Economic Forum nonsense with the elitists that get together every year. Not to say that Trump doesn't have some elite to him and he doesn't cater to a billionaire from time to time. He certainly does. But there's a stark contrast between
Qatar
with the boat or the plane.
jet.
Like, look, and I get it. Trump's got his billionaires on his side. He's got Zuckerberg. He's got Musk and Bezos all bending the knee to him. But this is about all of us against the 1% that want us to have nothing. And to me, what the Democrats became, and it was really exasperated and highlighted the last 4 years, was inflation out of control, costs, wars. Think about everything that Trump did last week and what he's trying to do this week, none of which the Biden administration could get under control and eradicate once and for all. Not saying that Trump is out of the woods yet. He's not. But it makes you wonder, like, what the hell was this last administration doing when this guy's only in the 5th month of a 4-year term? And if you look at his agenda, he's just going right down the list. He's doing, say what you want. Is it 10% complete? Is it 90% complete? Has he given everything yet? No. But you could sit there and say the bar of progress for each agenda point on his website has started. I mean, he's literally doing everything he said he would do. There should not be a surprise from a Democrat or a media member saying, look at this guy, how dare. He told you he was doing this. He ran on it.
It was voted for.
And it was voted for.
Yeah.
It's the mandate from the American public. 78 million people wanted it. If Democrats, you don't want it, find somebody better than Captain Gigglebox.
I'm going to push back a little bit just to say this, that when we talk about these big words, populism versus globalization or globalization, right? What I'm saying here is that Trump simplified that. So think about this as he just says America first. So he doesn't mind saying, hey, let's do business with the world on an international basis, speaking of, right, globalization of the world.
Sure.
But what he's saying is, America, you've been getting a bad deal.
Correct.
We're not paying the freight anymore.
Right. So in every one of these, he's saying you as a consumer deserve transparency. You deserve to know where your tax dollars are going. Think about Doge. Think about the fleecing of America. Think about the fact that these checks were going out to these NGOs and nobody knew where the money was going. And we now know how all of these people, partisans and perhaps some of their lackeys, got so rich. And so a piece of this is just saying we've been getting played. We've been getting played by both sides. And that's the brilliance of Trump. That's why we know that on the right and on the left, they have been against him, the swamp. And so I think that's a piece that we have to say, that he's throwing both sides under the bus when he exposes all of this, because there have been times when Republicans have been in charge and Democrats have been in charge. But what has happened? We were fleeced. We were ripped off.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I went to school on a school bus.
That's the bus that got ran over.
Absolutely correct.
Run. He does this on purpose.
Let's take a break. We should take a break. And on the other side, what would you do if a 7 and 9-year-old pull handguns on the police? We have video of this on the other side.
Wow. We have a parenting crisis. Kayal and Company as we continue live on a Monday morning with Harry Mays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, when you think about the warmer weather, heating up, the change of season, you got to make sure that your HVAC system is running properly. And that's why I'm so grateful every season for my guys at Marvin E. Cann's, third-generation owned, military veteran founded company. Take my advice. Just call my guys, Marvin E. Cann's. Get your HVAC system, your furnace checked for the new season. And if they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you that honest assessment at a fair price. and install a high-efficiency train furnace, TRANE. Heard to stop a train, as they say. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Do this. You'll thank me. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
Ugh, I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Window Nation is a proud sponsor of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their semi-annual sale. Includes 60% off a full house of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest or payments until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
$8:38. Kayal and Company, live on a Monday morning. We've got some news to share with you. Wednesday, May 14th is a big day because Wednesday, May 14th is not only when day 1 of 90 takes place and gets started with U.S. and China trade tariff pauses for 3 months, but it's also the Eagles and the rest of the NFL schedule release day, and the NFL leaking out a little bit of information as the Eagles are going to open up with the Dallas Cowboys week 1, Thursday night, September 4th on NBC at Lincoln Financial Field.
Eagles Cowboys right out of the gate.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I am excited. Oh, I'm excited. The countdown is on.
I was actually hoping it was Detroit coming to town for the Thursday night game.
That would have been great, too. That would have been great
because they
as well.
played Detroit at home this year. But I don't know. Dallas, they still think Dallas is America's team, I guess. But they stink.
Although, I guess with the theme of politics these days, we could have went to El Salvador and played the Packers in a great game. And maybe Chris Van Hollen could do the coin flip. Kilmar Abrego Garcia could sing the national anthem. Would have been a nice touch.
Well, it's nice that they're not losing a home game this year.
Good.
Yeah.
As I was saying.
10, Phil. Trump announced that he's going to build a National Center for Homeless Vets using funds that were previously spent on illegal immigrants. It's the new National Center for Warrior Independence will help them out and other veterans like them rebuild their lives, said Trump at the White House. Roll this.
Crooked Joe Biden, the U.S. government has spent nearly $1 billion to house illegal aliens and foreign migrants in expensive luxury hotels, courtesy of you, the American taxpayer, and they want to spend billions and billions more. In many states, we're running out of hotel space because the rooms are all booked up with illegal aliens living in a very large way on the American taxpayer's dime. Meanwhile, we have 33,000 veterans in this country who are homeless and living very poorly, I might add, and it's a shame. They're living in filth and squalor on our streets. Nobody is doing a thing for them. We helped them a lot during my 4 years, and it's all been dropped. Everything we did for our veterans has been dropped. It's a disgrace. Joe Biden puts illegal aliens before homeless veterans, and we cannot let this happen any longer. The American veteran is one of our greats. These are great people. We have to take care of them. When I am reelected, this national scandal will end. On day one, I will sign an executive order to cut off Joe Biden's massive spigot of funding for shelter and transport of illegal aliens and redirect a portion of those savings, a very large portion, I might add, to provide shelter and treatment for homeless American veterans.
Oh, this was the announcement that he was going to do this, and now he did it. Yes, okay.
This was during the campaign, obviously.
Promises made, promises kept.
Right.
New York.
Promises kept.
New York Post, May
Genius.
7th. Yeah. May 7th, the New York Post with this story. Thousands of migrants are still living at New York City's historic Roosevelt Hotel, despite a ticking clock for shelter, as an ad just popped up, for shelter to close. Nearly 2,000 migrants are still being housed. As many as 2,900 were also housed on taxpayer dime during the height of the influx of migrants. And the number of residents has only dwindled to around 1,800 as of last Wednesday. So that was May 6th, I think, 7th. It's just amazing.
Will they be here for the May primaries? Those votes are expensive.
Yeah,
man.
well, you got to keep them for the primary, Harry.
Exactly.
But then they might not be able to get them out in June because June is Pride Month.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a lot on their plate, and the Democrats have a lot on their plate, like a brand manager, a lot on their plate come June. Love that phrase.
11 here, Phil. This woman, it is 2025, right?
That is correct.
Sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just didn't know. This woman goes on TikTok and shows off her favorite masks to wear to protect herself from COVID.
Jeez almighty.
So she wears. It looks like from this video, it looks like she wears she's wearing two masks.
No.
Right.
All right. Maybe we can put a paper bag over her head.
Yeah. Double bagger.
Yeah.
And then she goes to TikTok and explains that why she wears these masks.
Well, TikTok is cheaper than insurance, so
roll this.
I officially have a new favorite, KN95. To break into a top spot, a mask needs to be...
Stop it for a second.
Yeah, freezer right there. Leave her in the box.
This is exactly what you think about.
Freezer.
Of a woman that still wears a mask.
Yeah. Again, the eyes, a dead giveaway. You look. What is it? You look into the eyes of a person, and you can see their soul.
You see their soul.
Yeah.
She's got no soul. She's soulless.
Well, guys,
I could have drawn a picture of this lady.
I want to make a confession. I, too, on Saturday, wore a mask.
You did?
What? I did.
What kind of mask?
You trick-or-treating?
Were you in the hospital?
It was a KN95 mask. I wore it outside.
Oh, okay. You're weed whacking. You're weed whacking.
No, I was blowing the pollen off my deck.
Okay.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well,
You had us going there.
I have done studies that does show that KN95 masks are effective against pollen and allergies.
It didn't.
They just don't work versus COVID.
Well, it barely worked because yesterday my allergies were flaring up. So it absolutely didn't work. But I thought maybe it would. But the pollen.
Is there video of this? I
No.
need to see
No.
this.
I know, that'd be awesome.
All right, roll this a little more.
Especially if it's kind of approximately my skin tone, so it blends in a little bit.
Oh, God.
So like I get harassed
Beautiful.
less in public that way. Having a wire for the nose to help with fit, no glasses fogging, and comfortable ear loops, and have the interior of the mask also not be scratchy against my skin. It's got adjustable ear loops to
By the
really
way,
help keep that tight seal.
Look at the rosacea on her cheeks. Like she's doing her skin and her face and everything no favors by.
Well, that's what happens when you don't go outside
Yeah.
and get some vitamin D and some
She
sun.
should just wear one of the wrestling masks.
Why don't you become
Cover
a
up
luchador?
the whole face.
Yeah.
I don't want to see any of it.
Yeah. Why don't you just live your life in a hazmat suit
Right.
until you die? How about that? And then I got a mask that blends in with the complexion of my skin. Yeah. What?
Right.
What's the complexion? 2% milk? You look like you haven't been outside since the summer of 2019.
Yeah.
Dawn scolds me about not putting on enough SPF. I
Mental
would encourage
illness.
this lady to
It
just
is.
go outside
It's-
without anything.
It's mental illness, Harry.
It
Like
is.
it's just you can't. We broke people. We broke people in 2020.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot coming back from that. I don't know how you come back
Yeah.
from that. Speaking of breaking people, this is just photos. This is 12, Phil. This is a horrific story. So 3 children were rescued from from COVID syndrome parents who kept them locked inside their home since 2021. 2 8-year-old twins and a 10-year-old were forced to stay in the house and wear face masks. The parents have been arrested on domestic violence and child abandonment charges. Here they come out. Like obviously their faces are blurred. You can see them wearing masks, and you can see that like their
crib.
Yeah, just like drawing on their crib because they couldn't leave their house. They haven't been outside since 2021.
Can you imagine that? I mean, my wife used to be a social worker for Northampton County, and she
Right.
would investigate child abuse, sexual abuse, mental abuse. I would imagine this would fall in that category. You imagine what did we learn about COVID? That children were probably the safest, right?
It's ridiculous.
Right?
Poor kids.
All those school closures for nothing, all of those lockdowns for nothing. You know, the vulnerable community, the fat, the obese, the one with diabetes and cancer, those were the ones that needed to have the protection, the isolation, because they're immune compromised. But little kids.
Think about this. I assume that according to the news report, they're 8. The 8-year-old twins. I'm assuming they're 8 now. So there were 4.
Yeah, so there were 3.
3 or 4
yeah.
when like this is the level of scarring and damage these parents have done is just
That's the formidable years.
Yeah, is
right?
like
it's all they know.
It might be
Yeah.
irreversible. Like honestly,
Right.
like what do you? These kids are gonna
Yeah.
be scared of everything because they've never been outside.
There may not be enough therapy on the planet
Yeah.
to fix these kids.
It's sad. The whole thing is just sad, man.
I mean,
Where did this take place?
Let me take a guess.
I don't know.
California?
I'm going to take a guess. I'm going
California.
to say
Yeah.
Oregon.
Oh, yeah, that's a good guess.
I don't know. If somebody can look that up for me, thank you. All right. Speaking of, since we're down this rabbit hole of kids, the New Mexico police. This is body cam footage that New Mexico police fire non-lethal rounds and successfully disarm 2 young boys who were holding a loaded handgun. The boys, 7 and 9, were seen pointing the gun towards the police. The moment was caught on a drone, which helped police carry out the operation. The boys were eventually disarmed and were not injured. So you can see these kids. They're standing outside of like a like one of those air conditioning units, and they're in their pajamas. Like this is heartbreaking. They have a loaded gun, and the police are trying to. What do you do with a 7 and 9-year-old who have a loaded gun that they don't, pointing at the cops?
Tase them in their ankle? I don't know.
The COVID rescue was in Spain, by the way.
Oh,
it was in Spain.
Spain. Yes.
Wow.
I'm sure that happened here too.
Spain.
Yeah.
Wow.
What, the Spaniards, huh?
Yeah.
Lo loco.
All right, let's do the youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this this video. Roll it.
Go ahead and put it down for me, okay?
You're not in trouble, but you got to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
See if there's a magazine inside the magazine well.
Put it down, baby.
They're playing with the gun back and forth. The one in the blue is trying to take it from the one in the orange.
Yeah, my God. Accidentally shooting each other.
Good
You're
Lord.
okay. Put it down.
And now the kid in the blue and green has a firearm.
All right, then Eugene, can you put it down for me? Now Sean has it. Sean, can you just toss it to the side, babe? Let's make this easy.
Oh boy.
Because we want to help you.
I guess this is their mom.
We want to help you.
I want to try to do a warning, something.
Put it down, Sean. We don't want to hurt you, okay?
I just don't want.
Put it down, Sean.
I really don't want to 40 a kid right
We
now.
don't want to hurt you, and we want to help you, okay?
This is frightening.
It really is.
I mean, seriously.
Where are the parents?
40
Yeah.
going out.
Oh, sorry, Don.
40.
Sorry.
Whoa!
Drop it! Drop it! Drop it, Sean!
Ay, ay.
Load another one. Drop it now! You're gonna get hit!
These are non-lethal rounds that they're firing.
I was thinking rubber bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody was hurt.
Yeah.
Now they're hiding
Taser.
between the house and the air conditioning.
Yeah.
My goodness. And this is in New Mexico?
New Mexico, yeah.
Drop it, both of you.
I don't even have the gun.
There he goes. He ripped it away.
Yeah, there goes the gun.
Nice. Pat him down. Make sure they don't have anything else that can harm anybody.
So instead of charging the kids with a crime, the deputies say they are going to connect the family with behavioral health services. I don't know how
That's
we-
a
yeah, I don't know how
that's
we
a
follow that.
start, but I mean,
Kudos to the cop who
Cops,
just,
yes.
Yeah.
especially the cop who just went in and grabbed the kid.
right?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I mean, we've seen these stories pop up where adults and the parents are starting to be charged criminally in courts. I'm not against it. I mean, how does the dad explain that? Is there a dad in those two, their lives?
Who knows?
My God.
Yeah.
I would have done it a little bit differently. I would have been like, put the gun down. I'll give you a Lunchable
An Uncrustable?
and an Uncrustable.
Was the gun loaded?
Grape
Yes.
or strawberry?
Yes. The gun was loaded.
Which one do you want?
Yep. It was a loaded handgun, according to the New York Post police report for this. So, yeah, I mean, like that ended a lot better than it could have. And Dawn's right. Kudos to those cops for staying calm and you heard even one of the cops in there being like, we're not shooting a kid. You know what I mean? So like this, we have to end this somehow.
Could you imagine though? You talk about mental health and services for that family. Imagine if that kid did fire and the officer had to return fire.
Yeah.
Imagine the mental issues that officer would have to live with the rest of his life.
Yep.
Because he had to shoot an 8-year-old.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Peter M. throwing it back to last week because remember I said some 12-year-olds can't be redeemed. He says any redemption in this case? Well, yes, of course, because nobody was harmed. And I'm talking about those Tren de Aragua kids that have no light or have no care or want for human life.
Well, they were the ones assaulting the cops in Times Square.
Yeah. These kids, as far as I can see, were just messing around and didn't really know what they were doing.
And they actually
got in over their heads,
Yeah. And they did look terrified.
Yes.
Up against that unit.
Yep.
They're ages 7 and 9.
Yep.
These are little kids. I just think I would say there is a redeemable situation here.
Jail time for the parents?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If you have a firearm that's available to 7 and 9-year-old little kids, you are responsible for that firearm. I'm a Second Amendment rights person,
Mhm.
and that's why this issue is more important than ever.
Mhm.
If you have that firearm and it's legally licensed, you have an obligation. Lock that thing up. These kids never should have had access to that firearm. Never.
Getting a tweet. Maybe this is another theme we have to address on this show. But Kurt says Greg is a knucklehead. It would have been safer
true.
for him and his community to wash it off with a hose on a soft shower setting, so pollen didn't become airborne.
Yeah, Kurt is 100% right.
That's a fair point.
It's a fair point.
What
It's
is this
an
in
absolute
what is
fair-
this in reference to?
The pollen.
Okay.
The pollen.
Yeah,
when he
no,
was wearing
Kurt,
the mask.
Kurt, you are 100% right.
Wait, what were you doing? I thought you were hosing it off.
No, I was blowing it with a blower. It's not to see. The problem is that it's not just. I wasn't really blowing the pollen off the deck. It's those little whirly-gig things that come down from trees. They are all over my back patio. So I was really trying to get those. It was just the pollen was on the deck, so it was kind of getting stirred up as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't wet those things, because then you can't get them off the deck. So you have to get them off the deck first. Please.
You're probably better off to have a little broom action. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that takes too long.
Power wash.
I mean, like my back patio is very large, so I need,
The bigger
very
issue
big.
that we have to discuss here is why is it that when Stalker says something that the audience doesn't like, I get the tweet for it? Greg is on Twitter at Greg Stalker. It's a very simple Twitter at Greg Stalker. I'm not his receptionist.
Hey, Nick.
Greg. What am I, his liaison? Oh, Greg, while you were out today, we had 7 calls. Are you kidding me?
Take my calls. Thank you.
And hold my beer.
Hold my beers.
And my Coke.
We should take a break, but we have a ton more. A ton more.
As we continue.
According, your old Nashville mayor speaking out against those ICE raids. Did you guys see this?
The new mayor.
Yeah.
As they continue to do blue things in a red state.
And a man who was killed in a road rage accident went into court with the help of AI. So made a statement in court.
After being deceased.
After being deceased, made a statement via AI. We will play that on the other side.
I would like to actually come back and give my wife and daughters a statement via AI once I perish.
What's your goal?
And it won't be nice. Kayal and Company, final hour.
It's on Piazza.
We got to talk about where I'm broadcasting from, where we're all broadcasting from, right? The Piazza Premium Automobiles Studios. And my friends, our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles. I'm talking about today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. You know already these models with their sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available for you across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.903, fourth and final hour, Monday morning, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Nick, Dawn, Greg, and Harry. It's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Dawn's Big Three coming up around the bottom of the hour. Also, today in music history with Phil Almquist and our morning mystery movie clip, where all week we will have, count them, five $50 gift cards to Checkers.
What? Checkers?
Yeah, Checkers.
Checkers.
It's Checkers. It's not chess.
Oh.
5 $50 gift cards. If you can identify Jimmy Kelly's movie clip and that'll be coming up in just about 45 minutes as we continue a Monday edition of the never-ending weekend cut sheet.
Only 164 likes on the YouTube page.
Oh, Har, come on,
it's
man.
a disaster.
It's disgraceful. Hit that like button. You don't even have to stay on YouTube. Just get on over there, subscribe and like, and then go about your daily business at 9:04, because presumably most of you are at work. So, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil, can you just play cut 32 without any real setup?
We're going. Is this what the kids call raw dogging?
Hang on.
Yeah. That's what we discussed last week,
exactly.
Right? We just go right in.
I'm just gonna listen to some Molly Hatchet. All right, let's roll. Let's roll.
And I was just telling somebody recently who didn't know. We performed Free to Be You and Me. When I sang about my friend William, who was 5 years old and wanted a doll to hug and hold, I could sing the whole thing.
I think you should sing some now.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Do I even ask what the introduction was supposed to be for that clip?
I don't know. It's making the rounds on the internet. That's why I didn't really want to.
Free to be you and me, Willie, and a 5-year-old doll?
I'm assuming it's when she talked to, like, Broadway or something. I don't know. But she always sounds drunk. She always sounds like the drunk woman.
She is drunk.
She's like she's always every time you clip something like this, you see it, she's always like the woman who's had too much Chardonnay at the party.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But she wasn't in Macron's bag though.
No, she was not in Macron's bag.
Okay. And what Willie was she referring to? Willie Brown?
Free Willie.
Oh,
yeah.
You know, guys, that could have been your president.
Yeah. I'm going to get to the AI thing in 1 second, but can we watch some women fighting?
Sure.
Oh, I love a good cat fight.
All right, so this is nothing other than this stuff amuses me. Plus, people on YouTube love it. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see some women fighting. This is outside of a club in Chicago, because, you know, why not?
Why not? It's the club. It's the Windy City. This is Brandon Johnson's utopian society.
Have women become more violent, or is this just the fact that all this stuff is now captured on?
Well,
video?
I think
you chose
that it's all captured.
Yeah.
You chose the word violent. I think most women are unhinged to begin with.
It's
just whether.
Wow. There you go.
It's just whether or not they. It's just whether or not they
Yep.
act on their, short circuiting.
You hear that, Dawn?
I know. He's just trying to trigger
That's
me.
Nick Kale, everybody.
I'm not even taking that bait.
That was not me.
Kayal on YouTube or on Twitter.
Let me finish, would you? Harry's like, that was not me, just to clarify.
All right, so let's go to the Windy City and a late night, a partying outside the club, and this fight erupts. Roll it. Oh!
You gotta have a good hair pull.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Oh! Look at that. It's like a and then wow. Look at that. Yeah. Punch, kick, weaves are flying.
Wigs are sailing.
It's a lot of flesh. Oh, a lot of flesh. Oh, look at that. Pulling the hair. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Smashing the face.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
Where's security?
Yeah. Just any reason to fight. Like, just, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm seeing a whole lot of this on social media.
Yeah.
It's like a thing.
Ain't no way, bro.
I just like to, like, look, Harry, it takes me back to my Jerry Springer days. I just like to see women. I just like to see women fight. I can see anybody fight, actually.
Do not approve of your methods. Yeah? Well, you're not from Chicago.
Yeah.
Anybody with the movie reference there? No.
No.
Nobody didn't get that?
No, it's
Nobody got that?
It's probably some
What
bad
was
movie.
Do not approve of your methods. Yeah? Well, you're not from Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah. Kevin Costner, Sean Connery.
Yes.
The Untouchables.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hey, Jimmy Kelly got that.
That's a good movie.
Yes, of course it is. Which, by the way, too, when we're talking about these cat fights,
The two most dominant moves. First of all, you got to just whip. You just got to whip somebody by their wig.
Yeah.
But secondly, then once you get a hold of it, because they're so caught up in the hysteria of having the wig being grabbed, that's when you're able to get a good 5 punches in a row.
Yeah.
And by the way, did you see the weaponry that was picked up there?
Mm-hmm.
Picking up the metal base bottom with the ropes for the club.
Yep.
I mean, that bottom thing's probably a good 30, 40 pounds.
That's heavy.
Yeah. You hit somebody in the skull with that, they're done.
All right, let's go to outside of, I don't know if this is a casino or a hotel. A little bit more. Roll it. Look at this. The weave goes flying. Oh, right here.
Oh, smashing into the car.
Whoa.
The hood of the car.
Whoa. Is this Monday Night Raw?
I love it.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
I love this.
This is Vegas.
Is it
It's gotta
Vegas?
be
Yeah.
Vegas.
Some of these individuals.
This happens every night in Vegas.
Some of these individuals are not natural-born women. I'm just saying. We have different situations. The first situation, those were teenage girls, and that was violence on girl on girl violence. This situation in Vegas, back in the day, they would say the term he, she. That was the back in the day term. It's not politically correct anymore.
She-male.
But I think that's what we're seeing in the Vegas situation.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So there's a little something for the YouTube audience.
Wow.
You know, every day I'm just gonna come in with a new fight.
I like that.
And
New fight?
Yeah, we
we'll
should
watch
do
it.
like a
Get it sponsored.
Yeah. summer fight series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Who'd be the sponsor, Harry?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go down to the sales meeting tomorrow. I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell Scope it. Jay, what do you think about this?
Oh, I'm sure he'll be thrilled.
Over the weekend, I don't know if this happened on Thursday or Friday, a mob surrounded and harassed ICE agents after they took an illegal alien into custody in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Those ladies are lovely.
So this happened in Worcester, where they went into a neighborhood and arrested a woman, and the community was not happy. Roll it. There's no warrant. Is this America? What language are they speaking?
I can't hear any of it.
Oh, you can't?
So
No.
just to narrate it then for you, Harry. The term is Karens. That's what we used to talk about.
Oh,
the Karens
okay.
in the park.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
these
okay.
mostly white-looking women who are citizens apparently, and they're bumping into and coming up right in the faces of fully uniformed law enforcement officials, either local but mostly federal,
Right.
and they're they're clearly uniformed law enforcement. There's no question, but these women are coming up to them, shoving their phones in their faces, coming within. Am I wrong here?
No.
Am I
Yeah,
inches of
you're
their
right.
faces?
And I'm honestly tired of this now. Forget the physical stuff. This notion that I'm going to get physical while I record you on my phone, hoping to be the next victim to be compensated. If I'm the officer, forget about jacking her up. I just grab that phone and I throw it on the concrete.
Yeah,
and I smush it like a bug.
Then they would get they
I
would
know,
get in trouble.
I know.
Yeah.
Right.
While we're talking about this, Phil, can you just roll 18 without the sound? This is kind of a longer version of this. Actually, you can roll it with the sound. Yeah, there we go.
Just imagine yourself.
Yeah.
Look at these people walking along.
Yeah.
Aggressively.
Yeah.
So there's an arrest there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Somebody's being put in the back of a vehicle.
It was an illegal alien.
Yep.
And
Right in the back of a Ford Escape.
If you saw the news coverage of this over the weekend, it was clinging to a baby. The woman had the baby ripped from her arms as
separation crap.
As ICE agents took, like, you should see, and you can see. Phil, can you put the volume on? I know I told you not to, but can you? Because Dawn's right. You can see all these cameras go, "No warrant. There's no warrant." That hideous Massachusetts accent.
Oh, the worst.
No warrant.
Where's Pocahontas when you need her?
Imagine, like this. The tolerance level of these law enforcement officers,
I know,
it's commendable.
It's incredible.
I don't
really
think
is.
anyone, like, I don't even.
I couldn't do it.
No,
right?
no.
We're mild-mannered people.
And-
I have a really long fuse. If these women, these crazy women, were doing this to me, I don't
Yeah.
think I would tolerate this action.
Listen
by
to her.
them.
Listen to her
Listen,
screaming.
screaming
Bloody
in-
murder.
inches from their faces.
Oh, look! Now she's getting physical with the guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see that?
Yes.
Yes, I saw it.
Go back 10 seconds if we can, Phil. Chick with the vanilla cream
Yeah.
T-shirt slapping
black
the
pants.
CBP
Yeah.
guy with the black pants.
So who do you think
Watch
you are?
this. Watch this right here. Here it comes. Watch. Here it comes. Here comes the slap.
Boom.
Wow.
Look at
And,
him.
Yeah.
and her, Nick, to your point,
Uh-huh.
for those of you not watching on YouTube, she has her arms raised over her head
Yep.
in a highly aggressive way at the officer in an
Yep.
attack mode,
Yep.
and then assaulting the officer. I mean, these officers have every right to arrest these people.
Here's the sales pitch to Scopenage tomorrow in the sales meeting. White chicks gone wild in the cut sheet. It just dawned on me. White chicks gone wild cut sheet edition. I think we could charge a premium for this.
Premium. Yeah, so that's happening. So while the whole thing in Newark was happening with the Congress people in New Jersey, this is also happening out here in Worcester with the citizens.
I think Tony said this last week. Boy, Massachusetts is a disaster.
Oh yeah, it is.
I never
is.
realized it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
It's California East.
It is.
It's a hideous state.
It's a bastion of liberals.
It's a hideous state
It's
anyway.
a bastion of
Disgraceful accent.
You got Wu. She's running Boston.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where's Thomas Menino at?
I don't think he's living anymore.
Oh, did he die?
I think so.
Well, that's a throwback. He was the
Yeah.
Boston mayor, 15 years ago?
Yeah.
Right.
He was the one that got Opie and Anthony fired because they
No.
reported that
Really?
on New Year's Eve or not New Year's Eve, on April Fool's Day. They reported that he died in a car accident. and he didn't.
So he sued and they got fired?
Well, I don't know if he sued, but they got fired for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So he's the reason. Opie and Anthony are the reasons we can't do April Fool's pranks on the radio anymore because they took it too far. Speaking of Newark, the Newark airport had another 2 outages this weekend, I think it was. Is that what it was?
2 after we got off the air Friday.
Yeah. The latest one was yesterday morning.
Yesterday. There's a Philly connection too, isn't there? To it, Dawn?
We are the hub.
Yeah.
We are, and I think this is something that we've learned that at some point, Philadelphia became the hub. So in the first 2 incidents, they're saying it's a hardwire, copper wire issue. But in the third incident with a 90-plus second blackout, that one yesterday morning, they're saying was something different. It was not a wiring issue.
Oh.
That's what there are different issues going on here.
Cut 30. Let's start with cut 30 here, Phil. Sean Duffy was on Meet the Press discussing what was going on over the weekend and what's happening in Newark. Roll this.
Start with the latest out of Newark Airport, where air traffic controllers had another brief radio and radar outage. This happened early Friday morning. This is, of course, on top of losing contact with pilots multiple times since August. Mr. Secretary, what can you tell us about this latest incident, and why does this keep happening?
So I'll tell you this, the system is old, right? This is a system that's 25 at best, sometimes 50 years old. The Congress and the country haven't paid attention to it, right? They expect it to work. And so now I think the lights are blinking, the sirens are turning, and they're saying, listen, we have to fix this, because what you see in Newark is going to happen in other places across the country. It has to be fixed. And so what we're having is some telecom issues, but we're also having some glitches in our software. As the information comes in, it's overloading some of our lines, and the system goes down. So I'll just tell you specifically in Newark, we believe we're going to have it up and running in short order. We're going to be able to fix that glitch, and we feel a little more comfortable about our primary line that gets the data in on radar, and our redundant line is up and working as well.
So he says 25, perhaps even 50 years of neglect.
50 years old.
That would take us back to the year of 2000 or 1975. I mean, this really shouldn't fall on one party. This is bipartisan. This is a failure of Republicans, Democrats, anybody in office that neglected it or just didn't prioritize it, right? How does this happen in a nation where, I think, Dawn, I gave the number Friday, Newark alone had 49 million flights for 2024. I mean, the fact that we could be this antiquated in an industry that I'm presuming produces a lot of profit is pretty downright amazing.
Yeah, and you guys think about what happened to the infrastructure bill? We have all this money that was supposedly going to fix all these antiquated situations like this. Where did the money go? Remember that? All the money allocated? Where did it go? In part, I guess, when I look this up, part of it went to the wind turbines, for example, off the coast of New Jersey. Think about all the money wasted because now those are DOA, basically, dead in the water, maybe I should say. But, it's once again, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. I just think what we're seeing in real time is the exposure of the swamp on both sides. They wasted our money. They wasted our time. Why didn't all of them, all the above, Republicans and Democrats, what were they doing? And where did our money go?
33, Phil. This is more from Senator, the Secretary of Department of Transportation, Duffy. Roll it.
Joining me now is the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. Secretary Duffy, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much. Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
It is wonderful to have you here in person. I have to start with the latest out of Newark Airport, where
we rolled this one already. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
The other thing, too, why is it only certain airports? Why does it seem like Newark is, still stuck in the 1980s or 1990s, yet maybe some of these other airports, I don't know if, and I'm just thinking of airports off the top of my head, all of them disasters in their own rights. But, is Chicago O'Hare up to date? Do they have something new compared to Newark? Does Atlanta have something that was just put in 3 years ago versus LaGuardia that might have had it done in 1997, right? Like, who dictates which airport gets the latest technological
Maybe they should all be upgraded at the same time.
That's what I would think, right?
Well, then, the thing that concerned me was it yesterday that Senator Chuck Schumer spoke out about this, and he was saying, he started talking about the fact, why is it that other air traffic controllers across the country got a big raise, and the air traffic controllers in Newark and Philadelphia, for example, did not? And I thought, oh, God, please don't tell me that there's something nefarious and I don't know that he was trying to suggest that. But when he said it, I thought, why would some air traffic controllers get a raise and others didn't? And is this some kind of a protest? Is that what he's saying in an underlying way? I don't know. But it is strange that why is it that maybe because we have older, more antiquated systems here on the East Coast, older cities? I don't have the answer. But when he said that, I don't think he meant to say that there was something underlying, but he kind of did.
Yeah. I also wonder about the differentiation between what is federally funded versus what is funded by the specific airlines themselves, right? Like Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, federal, I got that. But, are some of these other airlines more prone to these attacks than others? A higher end airline versus, how many times do we see all the god-awful stuff with flights? It always occurs with Spirit, Frontier, and Allegiant. Now, usually that's customer service related with passengers. But I also wonder if there's a difference in, any of the technology that, maybe a United, a Delta, and American Airlines has as far as what maybe they have in their cockpit communication-wise with the Fed, with the, the communications in the towers versus some of these more financially affordable flights as well.
No.
What was Boot Edge doing for 4 years? Didn't he have this job?
He was chest
He
feeding.
did have
He
this
was
job.
chest feeding. He's got a kid.
But, Nick, to your point, I think this has to physically do with what they call the terminals, that this is the physicality of the facility.
So that's the government.
This is not, to my knowledge, on the airport,
corporate
as
side.
far as the airlines. But yesterday morning, that was the 45-minute ground stop. So that led to the 60 delayed flights and then the domino impact. But to my knowledge, what they're talking about is a hardware issue that is the government's job. That this is it's basically like saying a federal highway is insufficient because of physicality
or a bridge.
Or a bridge. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think this is on any airline at all.
All right.
Part of the infrastructure.
Right. Yeah.
Situation.
That'll do it for the cut sheet here on a Monday as we bid adieu to Harry Mays. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a good week.
See you,
All right.
dude.
There he is. Unlike Bruno, he just gone. 2 seconds out. No 30-second goodbyes.
Harry.
Goodbye, Harry. All right, we'll come back, get a big 3 from Dawn, and then what's on tap for the Dawn Show? The morning mystery movie clip today in music history, and maybe we could get in a story or two. I know we haven't gotten to the SNL spoofs of Pete Hegseth, Judge Janine, and the Pope. I don't know. Do we want to? Because that usually gets us flat. Correct.
I had them, but you know what? I don't care because it's a comedy show, and if they want to lambaste who they want to, that's their prerogative. I'm sick of getting up.
You stole my take.
Okay. Sorry.
We were going to talk about it.
Okay. Well,
All right.
I just gave it away.
All right.
9:25.
Kayal and Company, Big 3 is coming up next. Stay right there.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife, Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:30 on a Monday morning. Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Comment along in the comment section. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Morning mystery movie clip for a $50 gift card to Checkers. That is coming up shortly. Also, what occurred today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and maybe a few clips before we get out of here. But before all of that, let's get caught up in the world of news. It is going to be a whirlwind week. I think we're going to have big stories all throughout this week, fresh off of the weekend, and all of the stuff that developed late in last week. It's time for Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:31.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yes, Big 3 at 9 this morning, and we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic in our Big 3. Number 1, it's a big deal. It's news that the USA has reached a deal, at least a tentative deal, with China, and this is major news that is impacting, of course, the market. Stock market soaring, rocketing this morning as we look at all those numbers up, the Dow, the stock market, and all in the green. And that's great news, well over the 1,000 mark that they have skyrocketed this morning with futures had climbed. We said this at 6 o'clock this morning. We saw that this was happening. So big news this morning as we're learning more about the so-called trade deal that was reached, of course, over the weekend with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. They announced this morning, although we should be hearing more soon, that U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods would be reduced from 145% to 30%. On the other side, Beijing saying it would cut its blanket tariffs on American products from 125% to 10%. So when would these reductions take effect officially? Wednesday. Great news with a 90-day pause, a temporary reprieve in a trade war, as it's been described, that threatened to cause, quote, a global recession. So great news as we see the rift between the world's 2 largest economies. Now it looks like the rift is over and they're at the negotiation table.
So we have about 48 hours till they take effect. So between now and Friday, what do you think the mainstream media's negative slant will be on this? Because they told us recession. They told us stock market, crash, worst day since 1987, and all those historical benchmark dates that we love to talk about. 2001, a couple of different dates in March of 2020 with COVID. All of the panic and fear stuff. Well, that was really short-lived.
I think you are astute, Nick Kayal, and I think the media will pivot. They already are. Palace in the sky. That's the headline you're going to see.
Well, I mean, the media should pivot to this because
it shouldn't pivot.
Qatar is supports terrorists. So F Qatar and don't take any gifts from them.
I agree.
But should that supplant the number one story of trade deal with China?
No, but here's the problem, guys, is we can all walk and chew gum at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We can say one thing is good and one thing is bad.
Sure. Although, if you had a fair and honest media, when you look at the total body of work since last Thursday, like I said to start the show, U.S.-UK trade deal, Israel-Hamas, last American hostage freed. I didn't even realize India and Pakistan were, throwing down, but they're having an issue. Peace deal there. You have the Middle East coming up on Tuesday. Putin and Zelensky Thursday. I think if you just look at it objectively, you say, okay, there's 5 or 6 really good things, and then there's a plane. I don't know. It seems like they're grasping at straws. Not to like. And by the way, Sean Farish, our buddy, which I got to give him credit for, and I actually, not that I have to give him credit for this, but this notion that you need to couch any opinion in fear of receiving negative blowback from Trump supporters is just so outlandish to me.
We have talk radio hosts that do that all the time.
Here's Sean's tweet from 12 hours ago. I mean, Sean Farish basically makes a living off of imitating Trump and supporting what Trump talks about, as do I, except I can't do an imitation. He says, I don't love the Qatar Force One deal, and before the usual suspects with their sanctimonious purity tests accuse me of, quote, turning on Trump, that's not what I'm doing. I simply don't think Qatar are our friends, and I don't trust them. That's it. But I would say, why do you have to, before any, like, I just say it. And if you're going to come at me, come at me. But, like, don't couch it, Sean. Nobody should couch it. But you're like, oh, my God, God forbid, I don't like something Trump did. Oh, just stick your head in a toilet and hit the flush button already. I'm so tired of that.
I believe the issue here is that when you have any kind of situation like this, such as, $400 million luxury airplane, that it would require congressional approval, and that's how you get around it. So just get the congressional approval. I mean, it's pretty simple. Just put it before Congress. If they approve it,
he shouldn't accept it.
Then
he shouldn't accept it. He shouldn't accept it. The end. He should not accept it. And maybe at the end of the day he won't, and this will all be for nothing. But he shouldn't accept it. It's a bad look.
I suspect in his mind, Greg, if I'm going to Trump think like a Gemini, because we all think alike, I think in his mind what he was thinking was it's saving the American people a huge expense or something to that nature.
I'm sure that's the way they'll spin it, but okay.
I don't think you're wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm simply saying that anytime you have something like this, put it before Congress, have the conversation. This is what Trump does. He lets something, he lets something simmer in the headlines, and I would, if we were taking bets here, I will bet that he won't accept this.
Where are all these investigative journalists that need to look into? And I'm serious about this. All these investigative journalists that love to, scoop on the Bidens and scoop on this. How about this administration? All their ties to Qatar. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Jared Kushner. They all have ties to Qatar.
Do you want me to tell you why? Because Qatar is the same one that has pumped billions of dollars into universities and colleges.
They also fund Hamas. They also fund Al Qaeda.
But they are part of this narrative funding situation, which lawfare and other lawyers claim is to blame for this anti-Jewish sentiment on our campuses.
Well,
and so it's all allegedly. I mean, that this is if you read about this, this is what they report. This is what they believe is going on, and that Qatar is behind this in funding. Whether you want to say they're pro-Hamas or an anti-Israeli aspect, that's what's going on here.
Politics and partisan politics aside, if you were to ask everybody objectively, remove R and remove D, what bothers you more? We have 3 different sets of circumstances here with planes. We have Trump Force One, the original, which came out of his pocket, right? That's fact. We have Bernie and AOC flying around to save climate change to the tune of $221,000 on taxpayer dollars. And then we have Trump receiving Trump Force 2 from a corrupt nation in Saudi Arabia. Which one of the 3 bothers you more? Trump flying on his own dime?
No.
Bernie and AOC flying on the taxpayer dime?
Yes.
Or Trump flying courtesy of a gift of some bad hombres.
I don't want any gift from any bad hombres when you can afford it yourself. The end.
Well,
the end.
I agree with you on that.
The end.
But to me, it's far worse when Bernie and AOC, bad enough that they're using it for using our tax dollars. But sadly, the reality is politicians live and die off of our dollar, right? I mean, these people don't, their base salary comes from us.
And by the way, Saudi Arabia still is not fessed up to their role in 9/11 too. So like that you know,
Well,
I get it.
Our own government.
I get it. We have to, we have to do business with, these horrendous places. But you don't need to accept gifts from them.
Well, that's the thing that's so infuriating. I said this in the first hour with America. The business we do with China, the business we do with Mexico, the business we do with all of these countries. That's why I never want to hear from these lefties out there about human rights. I mean, your rights are far more protected in this country than the nations we do business with. In the Middle East, they will cut your head off for being gay. China is operating a concentration camp right now as we speak. Does not get covered. The Saudis, their investment in financing terrorism along with Iran. And of course, we know what goes on in Mexico.
Yeah.
But that's the yin and the yang of the business, I guess.
All right, we have to break again.
Number two and three, the big three. Trump signing this executive order this morning and speaking out about most favored nation pricing. This is to lower our prescription drug costs in America. And so that's a huge headline with regard to pharmaceuticals. So we're watching for that one. Looking to remodel your kitchen? Kitchen Magic. Their products are made right here in Pennsylvania, Nazareth, PA. So tariff delays will not impact you, obviously, because they're family-owned, locally owned, American-made. And this month of May, save up to 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip is up next with your chance for a $50 gift card to Checkers, and then Phil Almquist with the music. And we find out what Dawn has lined up 19 minutes from now. Stay right there.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. fans.philly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We will find out what Dawn has lined up momentarily, as well as what occurred today in music history. But before the music, always comes the movies. And it's time for Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want all of you to look at this slovenly, sloppy boy here as an example of how not to dress. Now, if you look like this when you look in your mirrors in the morning, find something else to put on. Self-respect permeates every aspect of your lives. If you don't have it for yourselves, you're not going to get it from anywhere.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And while we're at it,
soft, chubby, fat-looking children
will not be permitted or eligible for today's prize because you probably can't afford to eat this anyway. $50 gift card to Checkers. That is right, a $50 gift card to Checkers for some burgers and some fries. How about that? Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Now we get to what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 12th, we celebrate the birthdays of Eric Singer from Kiss, who's 67, Steve Winwood, who's 77, Billy Squier, who's 75, and Billy Duffy from The Cult, who's 64. Heavenly birthday shout-out to George Carlin. Sing as a Coot, It's Still Rock and Roll to Me by Billy Joel in 80. A Whiter Shade of Pale by Procol Harum in 67. And Don't Close Your Eyes by Kix in 89. Albacute Exile on Main Street by The Stones in 72. Are You Experienced by Jimi Hendrix in the UK in 67. 5 by Lenny Kravitz in 98. And The Southern Harmony and Musical Companion by The Black Crowes in 92. Also in 84, Lionel Richie was atop the singles chart. In 75, Jefferson Starship played a free show in Central Park in New York. In 68, Brian Jones made his last live appearance with the Stones. In 97, Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson appear on VH1 Storytellers. In 81, Debbie Harry announced her solo career. And on this day in 87, all 40,000 tickets for 3 Pink Floyd shows in Montreal sold out in under 5 hours, prompting complaints from residents near the Montreal Forum about police inaction during fan-related disturbances. But lastly, for the YouTubers, since we can see your post, I want to know how many of you heard Testament on this station on Saturday night. Asking for a friend. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
This guy's seeking feedback for his Saturday night show on this show. Woo. Unbelievable. Phil Lomquist, #1 Saturday night rock show in the Delaware Valley. So take that, MMR. All right, let's get to Dawn Stensland. What do you have lined up 8 minutes from now?
There is so much breaking news. We'll have all the latest on President Trump as he's defending the luxury jets from the Middle East. We'll talk about that.
Defending it, huh?
He's defending it.
Of course he is.
That's the headline this morning, but we'll get into it. And his executive order that he just signed to cut U.S. drug prices, pharmaceuticals, as he heads to Saudi Arabia. We'll have all the latest things on Trump as he's speaking out this morning. 10:30, we're going to take live our own Rich Cioli and Jimmy Fela as they are on a little panel. They're speaking nationally, so we'll take them. And in the 11 o'clock hour, Dr. Michael Busler will break down what Trump is calling a revolution in trade and the economy, an economic revolution. So we'll talk about that and what it means for the stock market for every one of us.
All
There's
right.
a lot breaking right now.
Looking forward to that. Steve in Cherry Hill has identified the movie. Steve, what did we just play for you?
Lean on me.
That's correct.
On me. Woo!
We all need somebody. All right, good job, Steve. You got your $50 gift card to Checkers.
Thank you.
You got it, brother. There he is, Steve in Cherry Hill. All right. My voice is about to go on me. Good thing we're signing off. Yeah. That'll do it for us. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Good night, everybody.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download